Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Hello, all. Sorry about the 20-second late start. I was having fun restarting my computer because it was just not having a good time this morning. So should have done that a little earlier, but here we are. I want a Sky Palace egg already. If only. Hello, welcome. How's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. So yeah, it's an art day today. We're going to be working on a HUD. I think that it's not going to be like the most technical HUD work, more so just rendering because it's kind of built off of a HUD that already exists. But we're kind of creating a new zone within, so it should be pretty cool. And I think we just make sure things look as they should before I switch screens. Yes. All right, should be good. Yeah, I'm not sure how long we'll go today. I am going to try and wrap up what I need to for this, but there's kind of like multiple layers for what we can accomplish with it, depending on how smoothly it goes. Basically, we'll be kind of rendering a kind of backdrop for a HUD, and hopefully being able to create some kind of like variants of it depending on what's going on in the gameplay. And I'll show you what that means in a moment. Yeah, go ahead, ask question. I'll try to pay attention to the chat well enough to be able to answer what I can. Go for it. See how it goes. I might just get caught on a tangent and ramble forever, but you know, that's why we're here live. By my standards, I'm really today. Good point. If I'm not delayed by something or technical difficulties kind of like cause wonderful issues, I'm not streaming right. All right, I'm just gonna switch over to Photoshop. So this might look a little different from what you're used to. This is a concept piece that I created for the floating island, or the Sky Palace, I believe is the current name. And so might look a little different. It's a little more purple, a little more yellow, a little more, you know, night sky in the background. So what I kind of was going for with this was this kind of like opulent city in the clouds up at the highest tier of atmosphere, that is just kind of like some kind of magnificent, you know, floating sky palace city place. And that's what I'm still going for with this. What's fun is actually to create this, I actually just kind of like Google image searched like crazy wedding cakes, like the most insane wedding cake you could find. Slap that down, put like purple over it, and then like just kind of like rendered over top of that. But like, you know, some of the stuff you can find is ridiculous, like these cathedrals of cake. So it'd be like, you know, white icing and kind of all these details, and then I just kind of like, you know, colored over top of that and tweaked what I needed to, just for the concept part. Obviously, the actual kind of like final piece we're going to work on today, it'll probably end up looking quite different, to be honest. But yeah, so it's kind of fun to do stuff like that sometimes. I think pirate seals need to be added to the HUD, perhaps next to the cyclone stones. So I can't confirm on this detail, but this is something that I've been kind of like trying to push for the game, kind of like HUDs in general, potentially, is to have kind of like easy access inventory tool as opposed to kind of like a big tray where we just keep adding more items and you end up getting like a dozen things that we're trying to cram into a little space. What I think would be really cool would be to have like kind of like this little inventory bag you can see down here, where you click that and it pops out kind of like an actual kind of like inventory window that you can just kind of easy access. And again, can't confirm this is still concept right here, right? So just take it as just kind of like these are cool ideas that they're exploring. So Andrew had an idea to take that even further, where you could potentially, again, not set in stone, not necessarily happening, but a cool idea. So if you like it, like be good to know if you like it. So yeah, you click that, pops up an inventory where you can kind of like access or see what items you have, and you don't have to go to your inventory to look at your troves and open those, or like try to find your pirate seals, or I suppose you can. No, you can't see them there. That's just the pirate crew. That's right. But yeah, being able to see all that there. But then Andrew had the idea of adding on top of that to be able to favorite a few of those, and those favorited items would be the ones that would end up in this tray, which I think is awesome. So yeah, that is yeah. Someone spotted the new cheese already. This is not the final image for the cheese either. There's also concepted a new cheese. So spoiler. Potentially, it's kind of, this is still in development, so things can change. Be aware. Yeah. I heard that the adorned jewels would be marginally easier to loot in the Sky Palace. Is that correct? There is something about that, yes. That's all I can say. Will the MouseHunt map be redrawn to add this? That is a good question. I actually will probably try to add this into the design somewhere. But now I'm kind of like, where? I'll have to figure that out. But I would like to. Ultimately, I don't think it's absolutely required, but I do like to have a visual of kind of like each of the locations where it's feasible. So yeah, it'd be pretty cool to like throw it into the map. I just need to kind of like figure out where I can kind of imply this like super high altitude, but like still close to the floating islands. Because I'm like, well, if we want to indicate like super high altitude, should it be like on the top of the map, like to the north? Because that kind of could suggest it. Because we're like looking at an angle, so the higher north something is, as long as it's not on the ground, it might feel like it's higher up in the altitude. But at the same time, I should have it close to all the other floating islands, right? They're related. So it's a bit of a conundrum that I'll have to figure out. But yeah, I think I'll try to add it to the map. I think it'd be pretty. What's the equivalent of shrine in the palace? Doesn't have one, I don't think. It's slightly different, but we'll see. Yeah, Sky Wedding Kid. Any chance getting an indicator on the HUD that shows paragons caught? I don't know about that one. I suppose that there's kind of the like paragon loot kind of works that way, but obviously you can spend it. And, it's also not going to be a case of you need to like catch one of each of the paragons to kind of like go to the Sky Palace specifically. It's a little different from that. Although that's kind of like probably what some theories have come up with. It would require you to kind of like only be able to come up to the Sky Palace after quite a long time, and a lot of like now I have to go for that paragon, and kind of forcing stuff in potentially less fun ways. So we have a different way. So you don't need to track, okay, I've gotten that paragon and that paragon and that paragon. It's a little cleaner and simpler for like accessing this. So hopefully, we'll see in testing what people think of how that works, though. So we'll see. But yeah, I don't think it would be the most useful on the HUD to show kind of what paragons you've gotten, because either like there's no mechanic that like loops it like the kind of high altitude islands where you get one of each of the wardens and then they reset. So it doesn't work on that kind of like mechanic. So there wouldn't be like a counter that resets. Effectively, if you wanted to kind of like know if you caught them all, the adventure book kind of indicates that like, hey, you're missing that paragon. But then beyond that, it's kind of like, go after the ones that have the loot you need. Yeah, and good run. But yeah, things can change. But yeah, I don't think it'll be a part of the mechanics specifically. Been having a problem where I can't share charms with my friends on Facebook when catching a new mouse. Oh, I would submit a support ticket because I specifically don't have any knowledge on kind of like that kind of stuff, and I can't help with that. But if you submit a support ticket, we'll look into that, see what's up. Hello, Eileen. Sorry, catching up on the chat. I'm very far behind now. Out of the loop and have no idea what's going on, but great stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, to catch people up, we kind of, we released the Floating Islands, a very big area with a lot to accomplish. There's still probably tons that people are trying to do in it. I haven't even upgraded my Oculus all the way. I'm not as fast as a lot of people that play now. Yeah, so essentially we've kind of created this huge kind of expansion to the game, the Floating Islands, where there's just kind of like lots of layered kind of mechanics that I think are really fun and exciting and awesome, and people are having a good time, I hope. And part of that has kind of this reward structure of kind of earning these awesome best in slot traps. But it takes a long time to earn them. And one of the things we were kind of looking at for future development of MouseHunt was, well, we want to kind of like, we did a really massive area, so we want to do kind of like a smaller, more digestible one that's still relevant to a lot of people, but not overwhelming. So what we kind of came up with is something to enhance the current floating islands, and the Sky Palace will kind of like become a kind of layer of cake on top of the mechanics and kind of reinforce things and give you kind of like more of a final showdown and some pretty sweet reward. So yeah, I think it's basically just kind of taking what already exists with the floating islands and just kind of like punching it up to just add another layer of interesting kind of stuff to accomplish, but not taking away from the floating islands. It's kind of enhancing it, if you will. So I'm very excited about the design and what you can do, and there's a lot to do. So, should be good. Yeah, I'm excited to hear what you guys think of it when you get to play it. The Ninth Island. 1 jewel for 1 cheese, please. Yeah, I don't think it'll cost that. Pretty sure that won't go very well. I have a lot of details that are kind of like firmed up about the Sky Palace, but I don't want to kind of like discuss those because it is still possible that they'll change. And, like we have new mice, that's firm. Like we made the art. So if we decided not to have new mice, well, that's kind of weird. And I'm pretty confident we'll have new mice. So you got to see one of them in progress. Yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely need to add these kind of like high altitude clouds, the ultra altitude below the palace to kind of like, if we throw it on the map, that is. Yeah. There a way we can make the retreat/depart button more obvious? It's fairly easy to retreat before you catch the warden around a perfect island. Well, I mean, there is a confirm window when you do it, so you can't really do it by accident, like retreating on a good island. And I don't know, is it like difficult to locate the button? I'm not quite sure what you're getting at with that. A sky elevator added to the launch pad. I like it. All right. Trying to catch up on the chat. Very slow. What is the requirement to unlock the Sky Palace? That I will leave as mystery. I do know the answer, but I won't tell. What is the proc rate of the Darkest Choco Bunny? I don't actually know the stats directly. I don't have access to all those details, and I haven't tried to use it yet myself. I like how much people like the look of this, and it's just the really rough scribble, so that's good because it's gonna look cooler. All right. Yeah. So on the last Feedback Friday, I said there likely won't be any new traps for the Sky Palace, and that's probably true. Just because the rewards that already exist are pretty far out, and they take a lot of work to get. So this is kind of one of the tools that the player can use to kind of like get there a little bit more effectively. At least that's how I see it. So, but that doesn't mean that we might not kind of decide to add a new, because we, like there's 8 power types to the area, so it's like, well, maybe. But right now, I don't think that that's in the books. It just kind of, leaves a little more room for other areas to kind of like bring in a new best in slot, stuff like that. And again, like if you are looking to do the upgrades of all the traps, it's a heck of a job to do. So this area will kind of help you out with that. All right. Oh, that's awesome. Diego, thank you. Yeah. Hello came back to the game after 9 years. Love it. Game has that same sense after so many years. That's awesome. That's so cool. I love hearing that. Welcome back. Thank you for rejoining us. I think that's an amazing thing. And I love that it, like, honestly, like 9 years ago, the game was not nearly as good. So the fact that, like, it's kind of still has that, like, the qualities that were captivating, but, like, the gameplay should be better and the art should be better. That's awesome. I love it. So yeah, the Sky Palace mechanics are finalized-ish, but they haven't gone through the balance kind of runs, and that's often where we kind of like realize, oh, okay, so there's this kind of gap in the experience here. We need to solve that, or this part's just not fun, and we have to kind of scrap something. So we're approaching that milestone of kind of like we know how it works, but we do need to, run the gauntlet of actually figuring out if the experience is what we hope it is, and address that to make sure that it is. That's just how it goes. But yeah, we're keeping it clean and simple. It's more effective to develop for us, but also for the player going into the experience, because this is layered on top of the floating islands. You're going to be coming in with the kind of like the already understood kind of like game language that the floating islands provided for you, like using the kind of like the sky map to kind of like gain certain modifiers on an island. There's going to be something similar. It's slightly different, but because you have that kind of like experience from before, it should carry over, and you'll kind of like you'd be like, this is different, but I understand what my objectives are, and how to kind of use this and what to expect. And that's kind of like the beautiful thing about certain design is like it's kind of like building off of very simple rules that are very clear and defined, and because of that you can actually discover more depth in the design. And that's just always been my kind of like game design philosophy, or at least more recently, over the past like decade. I've enhanced the kind of desire for simple and clean over complex. So it's very clean and kind of interesting. I like the new direction for this mechanic, but should be pretty easy for people to kind of like understand what you're doing and what's going on. But again, once we actually get to do proper testing, we'll be able to verify if we're right in our hypothesis or not. Yeah. Wow. You have your paragons up to like 12 to 19. That's pretty impressive. What kind of traps are going to be needed? Well, you'll have to find out. All right. Yeah, okay, I'll spoil it. It is still the 8 power types that are present. We haven't added paternal power type or rift, so you're safe for now. But yeah, do not have a rough ETA on it. I'm sorry. I'm probably the worst person when it comes to timelines, so I'm the last person you should ask about that kind of stuff. All right. Yeah, I don't know the odds of the Darkest Choco Bunny double rage activation. Players are gonna have to kind of like use it, see what happens, tabulate results, and verify proc rate. I don't know. All right. Do you know / can you share if there is a boss for the Sky Palace? I did draw one, but I'm not showing it. That's all I got. It's very pretty though. Very, very cool. One of my favorite pieces actually, so happy about that. Thanks. All right, so I think I've managed to finally catch up on the chat. 22 minutes in and we haven't even touched the art. That sounds normal for me. I usually get to half hour, I think. I think around this point I would usually just have switched to the Photoshop view. So we're ahead of schedule. At least from previous. Yeah, I've gotten better these days. No, that's a lie. All right. So got my sweet dirigible. Yeah, so what we're going to be working on today is the backdrop itself. So all the stuff back here. The front panel, this kind of like HUD section here, is going to remain the same, I believe. The backdrop clouds obviously have kind of like been altered. And this here. So these are kind of relatively done. I might touch it up a little bit, for the final pass, but for now that's probably the direction I want to take it in. I just realized that I want to have a piece of reference up to do this, but I don't want to spoil it, so I'm gonna have to change my camera. Sorry, friends. I want you to see this. So you just got to look at this beautiful mug while I load up. Sorry. For all the people who have full screen, I apologize. Okay. Whoa. Oh, there we go. I suppose I could pull up the charm mouse we worked on yesterday, or not yesterday, last stream as a bit of reference as well. That one you can see.
Yesterday, last
Yeah,
all the same.
Yesterday and last stream. Totally the same. Absolutely. All right. Wash. He's distracted. He's about to go out. Can't get him to get up on my lap. Okay. Okay. I think I have the pieces I need. I can switch back to Photoshop. All right. I know you want to be spoiled, but I gotta like leave some surprises. That's cute. That's fine. Sorry, I'm rambling to myself about various files. Okay. Let's actually do a little bit of art. So this is the folder I need to be in. Backdrop. Very good. Okay. 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 So. Oh yeah, here's the like what the cake kind of looked like at a point. So what I'm thinking is I'm probably actually just gonna scrap what I have. Maybe. Dog butt in the background. Yeah, like, I like what I got going here. It's good. But the way the layers are structured, it's kind of hard to work with. I'm just kind of like looking at the other pieces that I have as a reference, and I'm kind of wanting to tweak it a little bit. But there is a lot of good stuff going on. Like, I don't know, it's not actually rendered out how I want it. So let me just quickly, okay, so that's the high altitude. And I want there to be kind of like the basically void of space visible, you know, so that's going to be a thing. But then I want kind of like the structures to be like really far off and distant. So what I could potentially do is keep what I have-ish, but then kind of like really just fade it out even more. Maybe. I don't know. This is kind of like how today might go. It's going to be a little bit of, oh, I don't, maybe, I don't know, maybe, just a lot of like weird noises. That's how I do art. So I kind of like the silhouette here, but okay, so I should probably try and express what I am thinking, if possible. Don't know if it is, but we'll try. Okay, so I'm sure many of you are very familiar with the regular floating islands. I'm trying to see if I have like one of the islands somewhere. There we go. Okay. So in the standard floating islands, we have the floating island. And that is kind of like this piece that shows up here. And what I'm thinking is, so there's a different kind of like vaults or wings of the palace you can visit, right? So kind of like how there's a physical island or a kind of shadow island. Basically, there is kind of a tactical wing of the palace, or so on and so forth. And I want to be able to show that when you're there, that you're like in the shadow version of this. But I don't want to go to the level of complexity that the floating island uses, where there's kind of like all these, paper doll effects. Because as cool as that is, and I love that mechanic, and I love that we went that far with it, it's a lot of extra effort on my part to kind of like make sure we have kind of like every variant of everything, which is totally doable. But the way this gameplay will work you are like, so with the floating islands, every run you're like swapping to a different island, which is similar, but like we want to make sure they are different, you know, so you can see the different resources that are available. You can see the different kind of like power type that runs the island. So like it's not just kind of like you're going to the same looking island every time. And you're doing those back to back, right? So what I'm thinking with the floating, or sorry, the Sky Palace is because you only go here rather infrequently. It's not as crucial to make them look completely unique to each other. I think it'll still be valuable to kind of like show, you know, the like slight variance of the power type, but I don't think I need to necessarily have like all the resources kind of slapped onto the side of a building or something like that. You know, so I think what I might kind of focus on is more the power type, as opposed to, you know, what modifiers you have existing. Maybe, I don't know. I think that'll probably be the easiest though, because again, you know, I want to try and kind of get this through sooner than later because we want to, you know, make this a thing people can do and work on other areas or, you know, cool ideas and develop those without kind of like being stuck on one thing for an entire year. So that is the idea. So what I'm thinking is we'll have kind of like a set backdrop, right? Much like how your low altitude and high altitude backdrops work, where there's kind of the, you know, um, I got this. Eh? So this is it without the island, right? They share these backdrops, right? So those are always consistent with what location or what tier you're hunting at. So the idea would be for this one would be a new tier on top of that. So you have kind of the low altitude, the high altitude, and then the beyond the upper stratosphere or whatever would be appropriate for it. Because we're kind of like, you know, on the cusp. We're at the edge of the atmosphere. Um, in fact, it's very impressive the dirigibles managed to make it up here, but more on that another time. Um, so yeah, essentially we'll have kind of like something that can be unique here, but it doesn't need to have that level of detail and uniqueness that the lower islands do, because those you're just swapping those so often. It's nice to have that variety. Here, you only come here every once in a while, so it's probably not as important to have all that unique detail. So that's just, I just wanted to ramble for like, you know, a good 8 minutes, and there we go. I got it in. I got the ramble. So just so you know where I'm going with this. But yeah, so if I have these kind of silhouettes of structures, like no detail, like just completely just, you know, barely even visible, I think. I feel like this has a greater atmosphere than like that punchiness, right? Especially if we do kind of create this idea of like, here is the tactical one, here is the hydro one. We can have that be the visible thing here, whereas, you know, it's overlaid on top of this super kind of like massive feeling field of just crazy cloud structures in this, you know, uh, just massive palace in the sky. That's rambly. Have I rambled enough? Um, yeah. So that's kind of the, yeah. Okay, maybe I don't need to throw out everything. I can work with this. I can just draw over top of this. Originally, I was thinking, you know, I'm just going to start from scratch. That way I can lay down a proper backdrop. Because what I have going on here is kind of weird. I actually painted the background on top of the piece, which is weird. It's not an ideal way to do it. So what I'm thinking is actually turning this into a clipping mask. That's actually not a bad way to do it. So yeah, okay. I do this. Ah, I did the opposite of what I wanted. Invert the selection. Clipping mask that. Okay, so now it doesn't look any different. But if I turn off the painted on top background, now we can see that it's actually cut out. And that means that I can actually put the backdrop as a backdrop, which it should be. So I'm going to move that behind. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so this is going to... Sorry, I'm going to be like this all day. So if you can't handle this energy, that's just forewarning. Probably going to be very chaotic feeling today. All right. So now I just kind of filled the entire backdrop here. Whereas before it was actually just kind of this weirdly cut out shape. Now that's the whole background, right? The whole thing is filled. And honestly, it really didn't change anything in the look of things, but now it's actually going to be easier for me to work with because I can do things like this. I can come in and start to carve away at the structure. Oh, right. Oh, that's why. I had the wrong color selected for the clipping mask. Yeah, I can actually like start to come in and carve out things, but then I could also, oh, actually I'm gonna make that come out instead. And so that's a lot better actually. I've saved myself just redoing the whole thing to be able to do this. All right. I considered changing the HUD's visual design itself, and I actually did a mock-up back when we were first creating the floating islands. I don't know if it's in this file, actually. It might not be. But I decided not to go with it. It just didn't feel right for it. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be in this one. I don't organize my layers super effectively. Huh? No. Okay. I actually did name a number of the layers in here, which is pretty good. But like, just as a... Ooh. That's a good amount of layers. Hang on, let's see what our highest count is. How did I get layer 2085? But then now I'm making 948. That's a lot of layers, you guys. Y'all, too many layers. This is why I'm bad at HUDs. I love doing them because I think you can do some really clever, cool stuff, and I love designing really over-the-top, ridiculous things. This is from a different file. Okay, wow. Apparently Maxine's file had over 2,000 layers, so she got me beat. But yeah, it's a lot of layers. Okay, well, let's try to focus. You can see more of the cake here. I actually flipped this upside down, I believe, because I wanted this looking up angle. No, maybe I didn't. Oh, maybe I changed it so we're looking down at it. Yeah, okay, that's what I did. So I remember I changed the perspective. Yeah, sorry, what I was trying to get at is I did a mock-up of this kind of overlay HUD back when we were first creating the floating islands, and I actually had it be more like the purple storm clouds from the high altitude. And it was cool, but I didn't quite like it as much, and it made it so that the modifiers and other things that are consistent, those just kind of like were more jarring when they were over top of that. And so again, if we were to do something similar here, same effect. It can kind of like just be almost too much to have everything change. It's nice to have some consistencies. So that's that. All right. Let's see. So we can kind of carve at this structure all we like. I think right now I'm gonna knock a lot of this further back because now I'm seeing that and I'm like, ooh, that really creates a lot of like nice depth of field. Um, but I'm also looking at some of the reference pieces that I made, and I think there's some value in lightening up some of the clouds as well. So what I'm thinking is, where's my cloud brush? I've actually, so you're all probably familiar with me struggling with my Photoshops of late. They just kind of been giving me more and more grief. Well, when it comes to HUD stuff, it's just generally a better experience for me to use Photoshop because uh, it can do more kind of fine, precise stuff. The way it slices stuff is also very useful. I don't know how to do that stuff in Clip Studio yet, so I'm using Photoshop for this. Whereas like the last several streams, I've been trying to use Clip Studio, and I think it's been going relatively well. But so I've switched to Photoshop for doing HUD stuff, just for the reasons I mentioned. And one of the fun things about it is it's been kind of like giving me so much trouble. I've had to go back like 2 generations of Photoshop. I don't know what's wrong with it. Like specifically, I just have bad Photoshop time. I don't know. And it's like, yeah, I should update it. That'll fix things because that's generally what updates do. But then I updated it, and oh my goodness, what happened with that one? I think it was like anytime I like hit Alt. Oh no, it was all hotkeys that normally use like Control and something like so. Control S to save. If you just hit S, it would think you're holding Control and like save it, and you couldn't use like regular hotkeys, or it was the other way around or something. But like basically any hotkey that you hit that used Control, a program error would happen. So that was wild. But yeah, that I used a lot of hotkeys. There was a lot of program errors that were happening, and it's terrifying having that come up on like files you got a lot of work put into, and you hit Control S to save, and it's like program error. So I very quickly left that version, buried it with a shovel, and um, you know shared my experience on the Adobe forums where other people were also having that issue. So fun. Yeah, terrifying. Having program errors when you are saving is not great. Yeah. So what I want to do is I want to show almost that like horizon line feel. So I could create more of like a gap here. I kind of enjoy that I'm just like painting a silhouette now. That's kind of fun. So like I could split this, right? Just kind of like move that over maybe. Well, that didn't. To actually get that effect, I need to move it like all the way over here maybe. That might be good though. I kind of, okay, you know what? I kind of like it like going up here and then kind of, this is all a chasm here. Because that kind of like creates this composition that kind of pulls everything central. And then in the center is the structure that is, whatever power type wing or vault or whatever you're visiting. That could work. It also lets me kind of like throw in a couple of like smaller, really far away structures because this one's massive. This is too big. Originally in the sketch, that was kind of implied as like the thing you're visiting, but I actually kind of want to push that away and kind of like have the thing you're visiting be a little more contained. What's kind of interesting and might be a bit of a challenge is, okay, I'll try that for now. Deselect. And now we're going to fill this in real quick, just so I can see what I'm getting at with this kind of horizon line being visible. Okay. So there's this kind of like open space, and then this is where, you know, it's probably a bad color to use. This is where the kind of like the actual structure you're visiting shows up. Kapow. Then again, I don't want it to be too detailed. Because if I make it where it's like, oh, we're drawing a whole building for each, cool, good job, you know, cutting down on all the level of detail required by, you know, now you have to render a building for each of them or whatever, which is, you know, probably more work than just drawing a cool, unique island. As well, one other thing about it is the islands themselves. I don't think that they kind of like cover the whole area. I think it's more like just a square in the center, or is it this whole box? Let me pull up the original islands, see what we can see. Slices. Island slices. And this is probably the file I should use. Okay. So this is the file that I create those kind of like variants in, right? The different islands. Oh man, there's so much fun detail on this that you never get to see. I mean, it's kind of crunchy, but like, I think it turned out pretty cool. It's like, you see it like that size. So we're doing a expansion to the floating islands. Regular polygons. Aha. What's the difference between these files? Sorry, I'm just rambling at myself now. 200. This one's slightly bigger. Okay. Yeah, so there's not a lot of like gap. They're literally like touching each other here. Okay. Oh, we don't even have a full square to work with. Okay. Interesting. So my concern is basically I'm intending to use this same kind of like interface. Like the way that the system currently works, it takes basically this sticker sheet of islands, right? And then it moves it to the correct island and like crops everything above and below, right? That's how that works. And then, you know, it does the same thing with kind of like the sky glass and the sky ore and all the other kind of like relevant things that show up on it. But this isn't like super tall. So if we go back and look at this, we're looking at kind of like a limited space, probably something like this. So I can't have what is supposed to change in the design go above or below this. So that needs to be consistent. So one of the things that does work out is originally I intended the island to have a little bit of a bob instead of just the dirigible, but we never ended up implementing that. So if I do have a structure and I have that be like a base tower or something like that, where that is a part of the backdrop, and then when you visit like the shadow version or the physical version, it slaps the top of the building on top of that. That'll work. But it just needs to kind of like match this. But because there isn't like a bobbing animation, that won't look weird. But again, I want to cut down on all the levels of intricate detail required. So I don't think I'll do like a whole unique building. Instead, okay. All right. Instead, pretty sure what we should actually do is just like one. There we go. Sorry, it's just laggy, I guess. Do like one building, but like parts of the face of it change. So it can be like a cool looking building, and we can add some nice detail because we're only drawing it once. But then when you visit it with different power types, it'll slightly change. And I think that's probably going to make it look cool. It's going to be some work lining it up. I'll need to kind of like get all the pixel perfect details from Andrew and Parm. Because we're also going to have to do this for the mobile version too. So that's interesting. I hope this is entertaining for people. Wow. Photoshop? Yeah, okay. That's bad. I'm hitting that like it's getting real laggy situation. That's not fun. I don't even have a lot open. Well, this one's a bit much. I'll close that. But still, shouldn't be too laggy. Okay, sorry. Hey, Wash. Okay. So this is going to be a layer on top that I can move to line up with the island when I know exactly how that's placed in the actual system. But basically what I'm thinking is we can create some kind of cool looking building that I know I already had one, and I kind of threw it out because that's just how chaotic I am on stream apparently. So I'm actually just gonna duplicate this real quick and just to move it over here. Oh, I cropped that. Cool. Good. Just move this back real quick. Oh yeah, okay, that is gone. All right. Well. Give me a second. All right. So I save this. Then I open the old version. It's going to make my computer very sad to open all these things at once. All them thousands of layers. Yeah, actually that's something that we were looking at. Oh, I saved it. It auto-saved. Ah, well. It is what it is. Oh, wait, maybe it's not. Ah. Hang on. Hang on. I am struggle. Okay. What have I done to myself? Okay, you know what? Close this one. Don't save that. I'm pure chaos today.
Every day.
I am every day, but I'm extra today. Where did... Oh, maybe I didn't move these. That might be it. Okay. I'm dumb. Yes. That building is still there. Aha. I figured it out. I'm silly. And, looking at it, I'm kind of like, I don't know if I like the building anyways. What is the dog's name? This is Washburn. Wash. Wash. Such chaotic energy today. Come say hi. Wash. He's a good boy. He's a very good boy. Okay. Based off of how this is going, it might take a little while to get all of this done. All right, so here's the thing. So I like what's going on with the backdrop kind of, you know, pushed back like this. So that works for me. So I'm gonna just copy this. So I have that. I'll probably merge the layers because that's too many layers. But then this topmost layer, get rid of that. Slide this over to line up here. And then, oh goodness. Come on, computer. Let's go. Suppose it did crop it. What? Well, we got half the building. It's fine. Actually, you know, I kind of like this part more than this part. Maybe? What a day. You know what? All right, we're going with it. I'm committing to something. I merged it. Let's go. Okay, so this backdrop is cool. We'll probably tweak it. But yeah, I like how like much that's kind of fading out. So I wanna capture that more. So let's just we'll render this and we'll move forward from the backdrop. Okay, we'll start back and then come forward. That's probably the way to do it. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention a thing and I forgot because I decided to, you know, reveal wash. But yeah, Tamia, sorry if I said your name wrong, but mentioned that the dirigible bobbing itself is like already a lot. So like having the island going as well would be like crazy. We're actually looking into potentially having like a toggle for that animation itself, where you can kind of like turn that off, which I think is pretty cool. So that'll be a nice thing if we can get that in there. Letting people kind of control those little elements that can be quite annoying for some. So, because yeah, we've gotten feedback regarding kind of like how it can be uncomfortable having something like that animated nonstop. And I don't disagree with that. I think that's totally fair. Can even be nauseating for some people, which we certainly do not want to have. Yeah, exactly. Being able to toggle it, exactly. Just player choice. I actually switched a hotkey recently, and I kind of regret it. Let's see. Cool. Okay. Since I've been working in Clip Studio, all the hotkeys that exist for that, I'm like, oh, these are better. I prefer because that makes it so I can put my hand in one spot, and I have access to basically everything I need. So that's how I've set up this Photoshop to work more recently. Although, weirdly enough, for tools like brush and eraser and stuff like that, you're not allowed to use not like character letters, so like semicolon and slash and like tilde and stuff like that. You can't use those as hotkeys for whatever reason. It just doesn't let you. Thanks, Adobe. Meanwhile, you can use those for other things like swapping foreground or background color. So like, if it let me do that, I'd be able to like mirror the hotkeys. But as it is, it's weirdly specific, and I can't do that. So yet another complaint. Add it to the list. But yeah, that lets me kind of like swap these real quick. Normally I have it down to X, but since I've kind of gotten familiar with it, not having to move my drawing hand away to switch, I've realized it's much better to have it more accessible, because it's something that when you're doing clipping masks is something you want to be able to switch between real frequently. Yeah, you can also do cool things like making a hotkey a very specific brush in Clip Studio, which I've really gotten to love, but you can't do that in Photoshop, and that's kind of a little sad. At least I've not figured out a way to do that. Like, you can switch to the brush tool, and whatever brush you had active will kind of take its place. So that kind of works, but it's not as good. All right. So I'm going to merge all this goodness, I think. Because yeah, I don't need that detail. It's kind of nice over here. So maybe I'll use up on it here. Kind of like what I did there. That's closer to us, so we can reveal some of that detail. Maybe there's just a little hint of it here. I can kind of build on that. Yeah, that works. Okay. Okay with that. All right, so let's merge that. Boom. Oh, actually, I didn't want to merge all of that. Boom. Because I still want to be able to carve the backdrop here. All right. No, like, do not feel bad about kind of throwing suggestions and kind of like giving input, because that's why I do this. Like, I actually want everyone to kind of like get involved in the design and give suggestions. I just don't always pay attention to the chat, so sometimes I miss really good ideas. So just a heads up on that, but please continue to share your thoughts on the direction for this, because that's what I prefer. I like getting input and making it what you all would like to see. So, oh, good question, Scrib. So this is a Huon, because I had a Cintiq 21-inch, I think, for like 8 years before that died. And I decided to pick up a Huon because it's like a quarter of the price, but it's basically the same thing. But the model that I have is the second generation, so it doesn't actually use batteries. They figured out how to work around the proprietary Wacom patent on their battery-free pen. So if you do get a second gen pen or style like monitor, it does come with a battery-free pen, and they're actually way better than the original Huon, like drivers and all. So yeah, if you end up doing another upgrade, make sure it's kind of like the second gen, because like the price point is the same. But I think, yeah, all the newer models should have kind of like the upgraded dealies, and yeah, they're totally comparable to the Cintiq stuff. Slightly less color range, I would say, but like as long as you have, you know, a main monitor you can look to, should be good. That's just how I'm kind of working with it. Yeah, I don't know. I've been pretty happy with it. Actually, I've had less issues with my drivers because I had so much of a headache with the Wacom, but that was because we got the Pro 13 HD Wacom, which was like more than double the price of this much bigger one. But it had like touch sensitivity, and like that's ridiculous. Like it is not ideal. Like if you're doing Procreate and on an iPad, like having touch and all that is awesome because it's designed for that. But like having it on like a computer monitor, like none of your programs are going to work well with it. It's just not set up well, and the software just isn't awesome. Um, so I just always had to disable that, and it would always turn itself back on. And then like you'd go to draw, and your knuckle would touch it, and just like make crazy marks and stuff because it's not smart enough to realize like, oh no, that's your hand. You probably don't want to draw with that, do you? But no, it's like, yeah, it's a touch screen, so people want to draw in Photoshop with their fingers, I guess. But you can only have one thing inputting at a time, and I don't know. It was a headache. Um, so yeah, and you couldn't just like make it by default turn off um, the like touch input and stuff, which is just silly. It would just constantly be trying to turn itself back on. Every time you like woke up your computer from sleep, it's like, yeah, you wanted this, right? Don't worry, I remember. Here you go, bud. We actually, it also had a strip of kind of like um, touch buttons at the top. So not like click hotkeys or anything, right? They're like menu interface things. And as you're drawing, if you're drawing near the top of the monitor, which, you know, like up here or like fiddling with menus, your knuckle would hit that stuff and it would like open interfaces to like change the color scale of your monitor or like switch screens, or set it to like sensitive mode where like every motion moves only like half the speed, and like you would hit all that by accident constantly, and it'd like pull up menus on top of things or a keyboard. Why would I want that? And because of where it was, you're just always hitting it with your knuckle. So Lauren and I both have they're the Office ones, so we don't really use them now. But um, we had to take hockey tape and put like 8 layers of hockey tape over those buttons so we couldn't accidentally hit them. Like that was to make it usable. So that's why I like Huon right now. Not really any issues with it. I'm all about these like off-brand things now. You know, like Cintiq and Photoshop are like the mainstream kind of like these are all the professionals use these ones, and I'm like, don't, they're horrible now. They used to be the best, but they've gotten worse. Yeah, use Clip Studio, use Huon. They're great. They're actually focused on artists and making it a good experience for them. And that's where it's at. Welcome to Jacob's old man rambling about software that back in my day.
I never used Photoshop.
No, you never did.
Okay.
What can you do? Not use Photoshop.
There's a lot of different alternatives. V to a size still like much.
Yeah. Oh, there's a ton. Yeah. For sure. There's like free ones and paid ones, but you don't have to have a subscription like Photoshop. All kinds of options. Oh yeah. That old hotkey that I can't turn off because Photoshop just I have more ranting to do, friends. This one's an old one, a familiar one. So you use Alt to grab a color, and you use the square brackets to change your brush size. If you do those too quickly, you change layers. Notice you accidentally painted the wrong layer. So for whatever reason, that hotkey does not exist as something that you can change in their hotkey options, because apparently they don't know how to make hotkeys actually customizable. Not even in the new generation of Photoshop. Hey?
Are you still using Photoshop?
Only for HUD stuff, because I need to have the slice and precision. I can't do that in Clip Studio yet. Don't know how. But yeah, so you can't actually create a different hotkey for that. So I actually have a auto hotkey thing. I created a script that overrides my hotkeys just to get rid of that hotkey. Ain't that great? Oh, actually, I could use this. No, Photoshop doesn't let me do that. Dang. I'm like, I could make it so I have the same hotkeys as Clip Studio, because Photoshop doesn't let you use non-letter hotkeys to do things. But then if I'm like using, like if I have this auto hotkey thing running and I forgot that I turned it on, then I'm like using anything else, and suddenly, you know, the semicolon is a X or whatever. I don't know what the hotkeys would be, but like it would change my keyboard effectively to be something different. But anyways, I am very not getting anywhere today. Where's the file that I use for this? What a day. It's a day. I know I have it somewhere. Tools? You would think I would put it there. Haven't had to do this for a while. I'll just work with it. I'll figure you out later, auto hotkey. Again, I haven't had to do much photoshopping recently because I've been able to kind of like do most of it in Clip Studio, and I'm getting more comfortable with it. But yeah, when it comes to HUD stuff, which is what I'm working on currently, like over the past 2 weeks, basically, I've been doing nothing but HUD stuff. It does mean that I basically have to use Photoshop again for that, and I will run away. All right, so I'm just kind of like adding some interesting kind of balcony. I wanted to say like Krenling or something, and I'm like, I don't know what that word is. It just kind of popped into my head. It seems like some kind of super fancy building term, but I don't know if that is at all a thing. Krenling. Krembling. Yeah. Now, there's probably some architects in here that can kind of like be like, oh, you're probably thinking of this thing, which is not at all related to this. In the immortal words of Ruby Rod, it ain't got no pop. Super green. Corbin, my man, Corbin. Alright. Wait, I actually had some kind of like, I wasn't that far off. Kremlin. Really? Now I'm gonna, this is a day. It is a day, friends. What is it? Okay. But like, are we talking like the Kremlin, like the building? Is that what I was thinking of? I thought it was like maybe a term for something. Greebling, yeah. I do love greebling. Greebling is something that I do a lot. Gotta add that greeble. It's great for high-tech stuff. Or mid-tech steampunk. Don't see the Kremlin angle. Yeah, no, like if we're talking like the Kremlin, the building, then I think that's probably not quite. Like I get that there's some kind of like elements that work for it. Yeah, I was for whatever reason my brain was like, no, there's some kind of like piece of architecture, like a flying buttress or something that has a similar-ish name, but I don't know. I don't know. So we got like a pretty steep angle here now. Wasn't even intending for that, but it's kind of cool. If I'm pulling back and let's throw this building here, but let's use this one. I think this one's more interesting. We can add the light from this one onto this one. But it's also a bit smaller. It'll allow me to kind of like attach more cool details onto it. Might widen it. So chaotic today. All right. This morning I was like, this is gonna be so easy. Just gonna paint some clouds, and then like make a few cool looking buildings in it. That's it. Nice and easy. Yeah, the round kind of ball top things, the onion tops. Let's see. So. So I could bring this out here. Okay, let's bring that island on top. Okay, so I need it to kind of like land around here, right? That's where this kind of overlay will show up approximately here. I don't know if that's exact, but it's close enough. Because then this layer I will modify to fit that. So I'm just gonna grab everything outside of that, delete it, so that I don't have accidental stuff over here that I don't notice, and then when I line this up, it's not gonna mess up over here. Oh, actually, here we go. There's a bit. I should probably make sure it's gone. Again, Clip Studio handles that. Photoshop, nope. It doesn't. Okay. So here was that temporary. There it is. Okay, I'll mark that as red. Okay, so that is probably close enough. So I might actually turn this down, so I can kind of like get a good idea of like where I can modify things. So one idea that I have is kind of making it less of kind of like a whole building just for that power type, but more like one kind of like similar looking building, but then it has like a sigil of the power type itself to indicate what it is, and then a couple of little details that can be modified on the outside to kind of like give it that flavor. But that might be a cool way to handle it. So I don't know, like it could be, because this angle here, we're looking up at stuff. I don't think I want that anymore. Because looking at where the dirigible is, we're probably pretty zoomed out. Whereas to get that kind of angle, we'd have to be like deep inside, kind of like more fisheyed almost. The focal point or the angle of the lens, whatever words, things that, you know, cinematographers and photographers, would understand. But I have a vague idea of like the aperture or whatever. The lens that's being used, wide shot. I think this would be wide shot. Wait, I don't know. But effectively, I want that kind of like perspective kind of pulled back a bit. That'll kind of like set us kind of like more as observers as opposed to being inside the shot here. So I think this perspective here needs to be pulled down. Because yeah, again, it makes me feel like I'm standing right near the buildings, whereas because we are the dirigible, and that's kind of the focus of kind of like where I want you to feel like you are. I think having kind of like toned down perspective helps with kind of like setting that. But then again, like I think just a little bit of an angle is cool. Just a bit, not crazy. Okay, so this is probably a good enough location for the structure. Yeah. Okay. Which is good because I think I might shave it down a little bit here so that we can still get this kind of big, massive structure behind it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I'm just gonna cut away from that. And actually, I kind of like it like kind of coming out of the clouds at a slight kind of like funneling angle. And the more I see it, the less I like this building anyways. Plus, the actual perspective here, we're looking down at it. And if I'm kind of playing off of what I've already just accidentally started, we're looking up at that. And that kind of creates it as a more imposing place anyways. We're looking down on it, I don't know, I feel like that works as like this kind of location and setting. But like if we're looking up at it slightly, it kind of feels more imposing and kind of, you know, just it's got a bigger presence to it. So get out of here. We're done with that. Now this is this, so I'm definitely going to want to change one of these. But I think because this is the thing that the player visits, I want to make it wider, take more presence, and so we're just gonna, I'll just use this. Gonna widen that out. It can take a lot of width if we want. But I don't want to go too far with it. I want it to feel like a big place that you're visiting though, so how about that? And then the actual backdrop version, I'm just gonna obliterate. Boom. Maybe I can grab that, like move it over here. Nah. Obliterated. Oh, that already exists there. Like I can at least use it here. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. Sure, we'll keep that. I think that's kind of nice because it like lights up with the clouds. I'll probably actually change that to be a little more blue, kind of catching that kind of the glow, that horizon glow right there, and it like actually almost absorbs. It's just that there's kind of like this shape that just barely exists. Yeah, we'll go with that for now. Also add stars and stuff into the sky to really kind of give it that like twilight presence of just this kind of palace in the sky, you know. Okay, we'll also fill this in. And we don't need to like go too crazy with the rendering of this structure because the overlay should go over top of this and kind of create some of that presence, I hope. But I do want to kind of like make this somewhat generic and simple, because that way when we overlay the power type, it can add on to that and kind of change what it is. So that could be neat. I kind of like this is like, maybe there's like bridge. Goes off here or something. Again, like certain parts we will not be able to kind of like change because we're only able to work within kind of like this area here. But that should actually fit. So if I wanted to add something there, it's fine. Let's see. I think we'll want like some of this kind of cloud, kind of cutting it out from the resource tray here, because they're similar looking clouds, right? There's this kind of like purple yellow. We don't really have the yellow happening right now, but that's kind of how it will look in the end. Similar to this, and if they're too similar, then I don't want this to just kind of blend in completely. And that could happen, so I just want to make sure that this, I should probably do this as a layer on top, to be honest. Okay. These are all just empty layers that I was going to use and never kind of worked in, so whatever. So cloud, foreground, base structure, and then of course this is the actual just backdrop. All right, getting somewhere, somewhat. Let's just quickly add some stars, just because that could be neat. Let's see, I could try the spatter brush. Would that be a good one? With this older version of Photoshop, I actually have like a different set of tools. Dr. Scritch's McCanvas. Nope. Spark. What is that? Ooh. Kind of looks cool, but not really good for stars. Stubble brush is kind of an old. Yeah, that's not going to work for this though. It's too tight. So far, spatter is okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, it's okay. We can just go through and manually kind of tweak the stars. It'd be nice to get a little bit of color variance in it too, to be honest. Let's see. Color dynamics should be the way to do that. Let's do some hue jitter. Let's try with 38%. We could also try a bit of saturate or brightness. Well, let's leave that. Okay. So let's get like a stronger color. See what this looks like. We got like some purples. Actually, yeah, it's not going to work nearly as well as I'd hoped. Actually, okay, so what if it was foreground, background jitter instead? And then I can choose the two colors I want to go between. So I kind of want to go between like a nice kind of bright blue and this kind of like warmer yellow here. So that, it's good enough for now. Yeah. All right, and now I'm just gonna go around and remove a bunch of the stars because there's too many. Just want to kind of, just enough to kind of like show you that there is space being a little more visible. I like the kind of element of these being kind of just sort of visible in the lit sky, because it's like the brightness of the atmosphere is overtaking it a little bit. So that's kind of neat if I like have it under that haze, right? Or is it better with these kind of glowing out over top? And I can just knock these back a bit further, to be honest. So I just kind of soften these. I can kind of like make sure a few are still bright enough. Yeah, I think I like a few of them being still kind of bright enough to kind of shine through. That works. Yeah, there's a lot of like light pollution here still, so as magnificent as it could look, we're not going to see that full kind of amazing gallery of stars. You can probably knock a lot of this back. Be good to have a few of them just kind of like really burning bright. Yeah, that's right, Jonathan. It is part of the Sky Palace expansion that is kind of like building upon the floating islands. All right. I feel like I'm somewhat starting to kind of like get somewhere. So the different kind of silhouette that is created with this structure, because it's like such a different kind of color, I think that actually is good because it draws the attention to that structure. Whereas the other ones, I think, can kind of like fall into this kind of just backdrop of it, which I think is good. So again, one of the things I do want to do is make sure that there is cloud 2, I think is the good one. This kind of separation here between the resource tray, as I've been calling it, I suppose, and the actual atmosphere. Just so they don't blend together too much. So there's kind of this haze. It's almost like it rose out of the clouds to meet you, which is kind of cool. I am into that. And actually, there's going to be a lot more kind of like warm yellow glow within the cloud, so I probably should be using that for a bunch of kind of like the lighter colors. There's kind of like, oop, got legged out. Lovely. Come on, Photoshop. Don't know what's up. Okay. So yeah, you have some kind of like internal yellow glow coming from these kind of like deep purple clouds. And then the structures kind of mirror that exact look. They have kind of like these harder surfaces, but made of the same kind of looking colors, like the purples, and then having these warm, glowing windows from within, just to kind of create this kind of like interesting sense of like what is the kind of like actual environment and what is these kind of like buildings and stuff. They just kind of merge together. At least that's kind of the intention of the design. One thing Photoshop does do well is the smudge brush that I have here. It's a very good one. Tried to import it in Clip Studio and it doesn't quite work as well. I do like using this brush. It's very good. Alright, so that's kind of cool. So what I'm thinking for the base structure is I want to simplify it, just so that I can kind of like build on top of this using the different power types. Like it could even be like a super plain looking structure for the most part. Maybe it's just kind of like a cylindrical tower that, you know, it's like, okay, this is where the power type symbol would normally be, and maybe it kind of like has this opening foyer landing pad thing that kind of like opens like this, right? And it's like, come, land your dirigible here and battle me, kind of thing. I don't know. That's kind of like mirrored here on either side, something like that. And then the actual power type will like change what symbol is here. Maybe there's these big Gothic doors or something. That's kind of like the entrance to this place. What a wild looking structure. Looks like a creepy face. I'm just going to crash the dirigible into its eye. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. I actually threw the Imperium Jewel here just to be like, I could use this in the design. And then I kind of like hadn't. But it would be a good thing to do. I actually think it could be a nice kind of accent onto things. Yeah, it does look like the droids. Okay, so not this. Specifically, definitely not this. Um, but I do kind of like this landing pad kind of element here, maybe. Maybe I need to have this coming forward. It's like if this kind of went around. Yeah, I don't think that's super clear what's going on. Maybe not. I do kind of like this idea of just like this massive power type symbol here, though. That's kind of neat. Maybe it's like the vault for that group of mice, you know? Should probably hide. Been drawing on the cloud foreground. Should realize. The hotkey got me. See what I mean? That's all it takes. Alright, I think during lunch I'll figure out that auto hotkey thing to override it so I don't have that issue. Because that's annoying. Okay, so this is kind of like turned towards the airship. It's like 3/4 view. Like a sigil down here kind of thing. The one, I think that would look really good there. But the one challenge I think we would have is this kind of can't draw below a certain point, just the way the system's set up. So yeah, we can kind of like work within a certain boundary. I guess it'd be kind of essentially that. So anything within that kind of area would be more of a box technically, but anything in that area I can overlay the power type look on top of. Therefore, yeah, I'm not sure if I'd be able to cover like a symbol here. Possibly though. It'd be neat if I can. That would be a pretty good place to put it too, I think. Just like that. I would definitely say that this is my favorite area, yeah. At least the floating islands, because I haven't actually played the Sky Palace. But in the end, I think they'll be kind of like one area. Kind of like how we did a couple of expansions on previous places. Like, well, I don't know, the like fungal caverns isn't technically a part of like the labyrinth or anything. But yeah, I think that the Sky Palace will be considered floating islands overall, probably. But yeah, I would say the floating islands is definitely my favorite area. Definitely. What are some people's favorite areas? I would love to know. All right. I'm going to simplify things just because that way when I bring in the power types, you can just add those details on top. Queso Geyser is fun, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a good adventure, yeah. Queso Canyon is a good time. Nice and like just straightforward too. Like, you know, there's a lot of good like parts to that adventure, different stages, and they're like strongly distinct from each other too, which feels good. Living Garden. Living Garden is one of those that's like a little more on the complex side, um, and like it can be overwhelming for some people, for sure. But like because of that, it has a lot of like interesting kind of detail to it. Also another one with like a lot of kind of like different stages, right? I think that's kind of like something that can make for really good gameplay is when there's kind of clear, distinct, kind of like different moments in the experience. Like for the Queso Geyser and Living Gardens, they're quite a bit different when you're in a different phase of it, right? Whereas like Floating Islands, it's more or less similar. Like it is different, but like it utilizes the same mechanics. So that's kind of like one major kind of like difference just as a kind of design standpoint. Yeah, the actual kind of like what you're doing in the geyser and well, I don't know, like yeah, I suppose the Living Gardens has it feels quite different what you're doing. So I wonder if those are kind of like good elements about those that people enjoy. Love that, Roxanne. Thank you. Favorite areas are always the ones with my favorite art. Yes. Yeah, like the Living Garden is a lot to get through. And I think part of that is the HUD's not as good as it could be. So that's one of the kind of expansion, or not expansions, but one of the areas that we would like to address the HUD design for. Because I think that although it is better than a lot of areas that have no HUD at all, I think it could be more effective. I'm not totally sure how I would address it right away, but it'd be nice to kind of make better. I don't know what I'm doing with this roof. Give it like a giant jewel at the top. This is the one you want to go loot. Hmm. Need to look deep as well, get deeper into the sunken city. Trench is a bit boring now. True. I wish I could speak more along those lines, but that's all you get. Yeah, living gardens can drain gold, that's true. Yeah. Cheese cost, shattering charm cost, and the mice not dropping nearly as much gold. Yeah. Yeah, I think that like it wouldn't take too much to kind of like make the living garden HUD better. I'm not sure exactly what I would do, but like, the concept of even potentially the like inventory being kind of like a little more tucked away so that you only need to see what you need at the time. Whereas right now it kind of like is overwhelming, I would say. It's just like jammed full of information. And like there's less like this is the thing I need to do right now when I'm in this one location. There's like the six or more technically in a way areas because like I guess the different forms of Carmine can kind of like be slightly different. But yeah, like I think that you know can probably take away some of that information to make other parts more clear. And it's the same kind of philosophy that needs to happen for like the tribal isles where we need to kind of you know make a HUD for it so that you have that kind of like this is what I'm focusing on and how to do this gameplay and it makes it easier to access all that good stuff. But yeah, there's kind of like a lot of different goals that are happening in the living gardens too, such as kind of like yeah going in with the shattering charms and um, battling curse and insulting and all kinds of goodness. There's just a lot to keep track of, I guess. So it can be a challenge, but it could be improved, I believe. Ooh. All right, we are coming up on lunch, which is probably good because I definitely think I could use another coffee. But I think I'm starting to feel like there is at least something coming together here. So I'm thinking, oop, didn't mean to erase. I meant to swap colors. I'm thinking that this might work after all. So right now, I kind of like the idea of there being just this massive symbol of the power type that is just like several stories tall, effectively. Like, the just ridiculously oversized thing just kind of claiming this structure, right? That's kind of neat. We are in kind of like the most opulent of city. It's in the clouds, so that's kind of show-offy, huh? Yeah, so what I'm thinking is these massive symbols could be like this kind of inset thing here, which kind of just looks neat. Then again, if I go too small, because like at size, it's not going to be very visible as the power type if I like sink it in that much. I just kind of thought that might look neat if it was like sunken into a thing. But I think one frame around it could work. And we could do cool stuff like, like maybe it's actually just like a gigantic cobblestone frame or something. Almost like a massive clock face. I don't know if there's anything here, but and then again, like maybe for like the forgotten one, that would look good, where it's like these stones kind of like wrapping around it, and they'd feel old and like mossy maybe. And then like for tactical, it would be these kind of like brass bands around it. And arcane, maybe it's just this glowing, floating kind of like disc showing their their kind of claim to the vault or something. Like that could be cool. So that might be a way to handle that. So I'll get rid of the detail here, and then just kind of leave that up to the actual power type to sort out. I think this needs to be a little more horizontal. It's kind of got a weird angle to it. So I'm going to make this more platform worthy. In which case I think this needs to be raised up here. Yep. So you probably have these, you know, be level. That would probably be good. This is going to be silhouetted against the sky here. So if we have this kind of like glow from this haze, I think it'd be kind of cool to see it kind of silhouetting the structure. Maybe might not work out so well, but try that out. Again, we're simplifying the structure so that when we kind of like render it with the power types, that'll give it lots to kind of like play off of, I think. I'll just get rid of this completely. So maybe we can do fun stuff with like different, you know, power types can use slightly different kind of like fencing or something like that. Like maybe the arcane will have like very intricate kind of, you know, whatever, just metal banding here, and then like physical will just be like a bunch of like swords and spears jutting out or something like that. And something like that. And then, yeah, actually, you know what? That's a neat idea I just had, like leaving all these kind of like you know, like how like big old Gothic buildings would have like gargoyles or something, kind of like sticking out the sides of the building, like here or something like that. There'd be like some kind of gargoyle or whatnot. Maybe they can each have their own little kind of like statues kind of guarding it or something. Could be neat. I kind of want it to feel like more of a vault though, so we're about to take a lunch, so we can come back to this, sit on it for an hour. I think to make it more of a vault, we could make it like a vault door. Yeah. Like, what if this isn't just kind of like the symbol above this kind of like big cathedral door kind of thing? Because this feels almost like some kind of like temple or church or something like that. But what if instead it's more like the actual vault door itself? That could be neat. So like, we can still do like cool kind of like detail up here, or maybe this is like raised up a bit and there's just stairs leading up to it or something. That could be neat. So like, let's inset this a little bit here. Okay, cool. All right. This looks crazy and weird, but let's just see what happens. Okay, so this is sunken in, and then there's like stairs that kind of like go up to it. just want to try and get this idea across before I forget it. This is just like absolutely massive. This whole thing is a vault. Bring in some of that kind of steampunk tech. Does kind of have that Acolyte Realm vibe, yeah. I don't know. I kind of like this direction though, like turning it into some kind of like actual kind of like gigantic vault door or something. I like what that could be. Of course, jumped layers, very good. Very good. All right. I think I'll just lower the roof here then. Because that, I think, doesn't need to be quite so high anymore. What the? There we go. So that kind of fits a little bit better, I think. And then we can put like another floor of detail up here, which could be cool. Okay. And this will also help with kind of like drawing the eye to the structure probably, if I kind of like allow there to be almost maybe like giant gold door or something like that. We're gonna have more yellow, kind of warm glow and light on things, and if we like have this kind of deeply kind of shadowed roof top over top, we got a lot of like quite dark contrasted shadows against kind of like a glowing golden door with a power type on it. That could be cool. That could work. So yeah, we'll go with something like that for now. And we should take lunch, because that is what I should do. But yeah, also just kind of fixing this crazy tilt that we have going on. It's like leaning. Alright. Well, that's kind of interesting. I don't know if I like this out here anymore. Okay, we got some work to do on this. There's still a lot of work to do. But let's take lunch. Give it a save. And all right. Well, I will be back at 2 o'clock, so in 56 minutes. But until then, see you soon. And we're back. Hello. Surprise. Suddenly noises coming into your headphones or speakers. I have returned. Ooh. Alright. We've had lunch. Now we must battle with this HUD. But first, I shall gift some Larry links in the chat. Hello. Hello, hello. Alright. So, where we were at, we were kind of working on this base structure. Where? Photoshop. Why can't I erase this? Hello? This is this layer. Yes. Is there some kind of selection I'm not aware of? No, there was. I had a pretty good link. Pretty good lunch. Had a pretty good Larry link too. Yeah. Downed another coffee. Let's see how that goes. All right. So what I'm thinking is we could probably kind of make like this kind of foyer thing generic across all of them. So creating this kind of, I like the idea of like a vault door. I think that'd be pretty cool. But I think it'd be neat to like make that out of a different kind of material. And we do have a lot of like this kind of, I guess, brass, kind of metal. A lot of the mice also have it too. And I think we could kind of like lean towards gold, but I think I want to keep it somewhat muted still. But oh, I didn't sort out that hotkey thing that I said I would. Oops. Yeah, I think this will be neat. Here, I'm just gonna knock that back a bit so I can kind of see where the kind of portal for the door was. Probably use like color more like that. Actually, I should probably do it on a layer on top, to be honest. Yeah, I think it'll be nice to like add some cool shading to all this. Click the layers, make that a little bit easier on myself. I want to make it look like extra intricate. Bleh. Intricate. There we go. So, you know, to kind of match the area, like we have the Oculus that has like all those cool dials and kind of details. You can kind of like capture that quality about this. And then like the power type can just like, as a layer on top, just like slap over top of this, you know. Just be like, ah, it is the law vault or something like that. I think that should still be visible enough, but I mean, we'll have like the title card up here too, right? Ba, ba, ba. So I think that'll work. The gold might, I think I'll keep it the like more brass. Maybe it'll have like gold detail or something interesting like that, but the brass kind of brings it into the head a bit better. We'll probably knock it back, and the structure itself, I think we'll kind of get some tweaks for the values and all that. I has a shovel. Why does it remind you of the Green Lantern? Like, I suppose they had that, like, the place where all the lanterns kind of, like, gather or something like that. I don't actually know the details around that, but like they all would kind of like have some kind of council or something in like some crazy place, probably like this, maybe? I don't know. Or like alien world council thingy. I feel like that might be a thing. I'm quite potentially very wrong. I'm not well versed in those kind of bits of lore, so apologies if I am totally mistaken about it. Oh, okay, so it's more like the actual symbol stuff is kind of familiar. I'll get rid of the law there, because that's not going to be a permanent fixture to it. I think I'll like push this out a bit further to kind of like make more room for like intricate detailed door. Because again, we don't actually have a ton of real estate to show all of this. But I like this like kind of like idea that there's like this vault and this thing built around it. It's kind of neat. That's what's going on. I'm like, why am I getting weird colors? It's because I was sampling from a not fully opaque layer. Okay. So we'll also want to have like some like light kind of cascading onto this. But what's kind of interesting is about where we are, the actual lighting would be like all under lighting, because well, I suppose if the sun was above this, you'd still have kind of like this black void above if there's not enough atmosphere to kind of light up with that light. So it could still be lit from above. But I'm kind of imagining, you know, it's maybe a little more underlight because like the like cloud glow from below is what's kind of like influencing stuff here. So that could be neat. I think maybe this would tone down in this kind of like rich brass color. Maybe. I kind of wonder maybe if we did have highlights, they might be kind of like on the underside and lose out on some of that saturation maybe. But then in the bounce light, you could still get some rich colors coming through. There's that good Photoshop lag. Woo. Loving it. So cast shadow would actually be kind of like up here, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of an interesting one. I kind of think it'll be easier to do the lighting from above. That still works with this environment, and probably main reason, the dirigibles themselves have the lighting from above, as well as the HUD. So it would be weird to have everything kind of like lit from above, and then this place is the opposite. Even if it might be more accurate, perhaps, but I still think it'll look the best if we actually light it from above. We don't need to go with like a crazy steep angle or anything like that. But that does allow for these to kind of like cast shadows onto themselves, which I think will look cool. And like right now I'm kind of picturing the light coming from the top left, but the HUD and this dirigible at least. Some of the other dirigibles are probably different. So we didn't always kind of like make sure the lighting was totally consistent, but I think for the most part they're kind of lit from the top right actually, so I might kind of open up these to be more internal glow. So they're gonna get like that bounce light here, let's say. But then the cast shadow on the inside here. Because these are kind of sunken in. Now, one of the things that does is it makes it harder to show this kind of like inset quality of the doors. So it can depend on how like sunken in I want these to be compared to the others. Actually, I think maybe I'll do an extra set of these, so making them a bit thinner. I don't know. Maybe I don't like that. You've been warned that today's stream is going to be almost nothing but this kind of like art noises. Okay, and then we can do something fun like using a color dodge brush to like hit it with some extra oomph. Actually, I need to merge that down first. Otherwise I'll get some weird cutouts. That's like now you can see that that's some kind of crazy door, but the ankle feels funky. If anything, maybe it would be more like that little bit there would catch a little bit of that light, maybe there, and maybe here. Kind of want it like feeling like it's turned to the left more than it is, though. That's tough. You know what we haven't done? One of these. I feel like that's going to really open up my eyes on this piece. Be like, wow, this is awful. Hello, Angie. Glad you could make it. We are high up in the sky, very high, in fact, to the point where the atmosphere is thinning and we can see the fringe of space. Yeah, Photoshop is not happy. I could probably crush down a ton of layers in here. I really don't need all of the layers for what I'm doing. I should probably do that, since I have been just doing simple brush strokes and it's been like every once in a while, and that's not awesome. Normally flipping an image does not take this long. Ooh. Imagine there's an arc of lightning coming out of the cloud in front of there. That could be cool. Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm like, nah, I don't know. I think what I could do might make me feel a bit better is kind of like working the background and like resolving that. And just being like, yep, this is what the sky palace, the, you know, this is what it should feel like. And then I'll be able to render this kind of like structure simply on top of that and probably make that feel appropriate, and then I'll be able to kind of like come in with little details to make it unique to each power type. And I think with that I'll be set for what I need for this piece. So what I might do in that case is, okay, this HUD is cool. I don't No, I do need to use this for the final output. Um, how often do you accidentally write text when the image is mirrored? Thankfully, I don't have to put a lot of text in my images. Usually that means it's like some kind of ad or a HUD, and those are very obvious to me when they're, you know, flipped, because, you know, it's kind of like all the buttons are going to be in these specific spots. It's probably happened once or twice, though. I've been doing this for a long time. And then thankfully it's easy enough to just flip a layer, so save myself that headache. But yeah, if I worked in more kind of like graphic design, I feel like I would have that issue a lot more, because I do really benefit from flipping an image, and thankfully I just don't have to do a ton of graphic design because I'm very slow at it, because I got this chaos brain when it comes to design, as you can tell. Okay, so yeah, I definitely have a lot to resolve on the building. I think it's a good like initial direction, but again, I actually feel like I would have a better time if I just resolved the other elements first. So one of the things that I think will help is if that's interesting. Where do you keeping these for now? This can get merged down. If I just kind of like flatten some of these layers because they're just crazy. So merged this into one. Did I? Thought I merged it. I didn't need to select them both. Okay, so that's good. The HUD itself, I'm going to need to use for the final export. There's like a lot of layers I don't need. Like this, I know what that is. Okay, it's the old clouds. So actually, it's probably a good idea to keep those just as a reference point, because I'll also need to update that actually. So, you know, I'll keep that. What is this? I don't know what that is. Get rid of that. Trap library we need. I could probably flatten that though, because I don't need to do any fancy exports for it, I don't think. Interesting. Like, what ones of these are actually used? Okay, that's fine. That's not used. That's also not used. Progress panels not used. Panels examples. Hide these. A backwards check mark is real weird. Oh, here it is. This was kind of like one of the alterations that I was talking about for potentially when you're in the high altitude. I had this kind of like purple version of it, but like not everything changed with it, and so it kind of like just looked, I don't know, it didn't work as well. And then when you had these kind of panels on top, it was like even more kind of jarringly weird, so didn't end up going with it. It's kind of a pretty color though, actually. Just this like soft glassy purple. It's kind of cool. But yeah, so I think all that's not useful. That's fine, I'll keep that. Main HUD I do need. Oh, interesting. It's all on top of it. I might be able to merge. Nah, I probably shouldn't. Sorry, I'm rambling. Okay, that's useful. That's fine. I'll keep that as reference. Okay. Well, don't actually know if there's a lot that I can smush out of this. There's not a crazy amount of layers in it. Shouldn't be too bad, but it is. Alright, well. Oh, right. This is like a copy of the entire file right here. That'd do it. Alright, well, yeah, that's probably where all the... Yeah, it doesn't look like much, but there's a lot of stuff in this file here, or in this group. So, you know, I'm just going to flatten that, because I'm not using it other than just to see where the island potentially is. Quick little example of it. Don't really need it anymore anyways. Sick. Alright. So that should help, actually. That was one of the issues. Okay. Ah. It's the same thing, but it's just flattened. Good to know. Keep that on. This all can actually get merged, to be honest. What is this? Smoosh. Alright. I think that this is enough. Alright, I don't need to mess with all the extra layers. Just get myself into trouble if I try and flatten everything. Alright, so what I was gonna do was just work the backdrop. Oh, here's a wonderful knock-on effect of accidentally switching layers when I didn't mean to. Alright, cool. So let's do the backdrop. Is everyone enjoying the stream? This maddening stream. Okay, so one of the things that I saw that I want to resolve right now is the kind of like very dark edges on this. I actually want them to go very light instead, kind of picking up the atmosphere around it. At least the darkest edges, I certainly want it to lighten up a bit there. So there's just a bit of like too much contrast happening there. So I want this to all be like pushed back into the background. And one of the things that I like to do when kind of like putting something really far away in the atmosphere is to knock out all the shadows of it. Like you lose a lot of the specific details because it's so far away, there's so much atmosphere between you and the object that like the light just kind of scattering around, and the shadows just kind of bleed away when the light just kind of like smudges in the way, the atmosphere smudges in the way and kind of brightens them up. So you lose all that like sharp detail, all the shading kind of gets, you know, lost. Actually, you know what? No, I'll keep this. I was like gonna flatten the like clipping mask that I had going on. But then I'm like, wait, no, if I remove that now, I won't be able to like paint in things, which could be handy, so would not be a good idea. Can we have banner so we can see the hidden backdrop? We can't see that's being covered by the HUD. It looks cool. That's not a bad idea, actually. Because there's potentially some cool stuff we could show with this. Like right now, this this is what it looks like behind. You know, peel back the like witness the sausage being made, I suppose. But I suppose I should actually just kind of work through some of this here. Like, this is going to get covered up, right? So we don't need to like really kind of like figure out everything, you know. But it actually would not hurt to kind of like figure out some stuff. So like if I like decided, oh, there's some cool tall buildings here, and maybe this dips away into nothing, and just kind of create this really cool looking landscape that I'm happy with here, and it like informs me of the actual design of this place. So we make like a nice kind of castle turret looking thing here. You know, got Disney kind of castle here, I guess. You know, this can at least just like help me understand the design of this place, so I kind of understand it better to be able to you know, create a building that fits with it. And right now I actually have this kind of like behemoth of a structure that like feels like it's casting this shadow down into this valley of clouds, which actually is super cool. Totally unintentional, but here we are. And then maybe there's this kind of like wizard-looking tower here. That's kind of cool. I like some kind of like, you know, weird spires that like would be totally unrealistic for a building to have, because it's like the engineers would just be like, "Are you mad? There is no structural integrity. This would be a hazard." But hey, we're building these out of clouds and magic, so there. Physics have no place here. There we go. Special building of mystery that you'll never see. And so, boom, suddenly, you know, we can't really see any of that, and it does nothing for us. Just like how I detail all the art to the ridiculous degree that I do at times, where you actually just do not get to enjoy any of it in game because it is completely just lost in, you know, the small display size that it is. But what I'm thinking here is just kind of like, okay, well, we have little gaps. Let's kind of like make these into something that is neat and feels like some kind of crazy, you know, sky palace. What would be there? Let's figure it out. And then we can kind of like fill in behind here. Some kind of tower here. Maybe not that. Alright. How am I doing? I'm doing good. A bit chaotic today. So just that, but doing pretty good. HUDs are always a time. And I kind of always come in with like some kind of expectation. It always changes from what I anticipated it'll be like. So it's fun and kind of like hectic. But I'm feeling better now that I've kind of like decided, you know what, I'm just gonna like figure out what the background is first. I think that really does actually help me. to kind of like get a ground, get some grounding on this piece. How are you doing? By the way, thank you for asking. Hope you're well. Yeah, it really, the HUD will kind of hide everything. And that's kind of, I don't know. Like, I suppose there's this thing that does actually happen when you get to join in the live stream, where you get to witness things that literally no one else gets to see. Because, you know, we zoom in, we create all these cool details, and we come up with these concepts that actually, you know, they maybe get added, but like will never be noticed otherwise. And that's kind of neat. I kind of like it. It makes being a part of it a little more special, maybe. Or maybe I'm just crazy, but I think it's cool. Yeah. Let's make the HUD like one of those old school Game Boys, the color ones, where you could like see through the plastic. You're right, I don't want to be grounded for this, working in the sky. Gotta have my head in the clouds. That's good, I'm glad you're doing well. The HUD is too brown for this sky. I mean, yeah, like, that would be... So I'm trying to, like, relatively keep it low scope, you know. It would require extra, like, artwork and developer effort to swap out the actual, like, HUD frame. Because, like, what happens is when I give them the backdrop, they have it with like the HUD baked in. No, that wouldn't be too bad if it was baked in. Is it baked in? Now you got me thinking. That's dangerous. We're gonna lose time. Alright, let's look at my slices for how I did this in the past. Floating islands, slices. Oh boy, I'm gonna be in trouble for this. Oh, okay, no. You know what? That won't work. Because I do actually... Oop, I need to put it in this file. Let's see if this will work. I do actually kind of just provide this piece that is slapped behind it, which is kind of cool, because then I can actually do an entire scene of the Sky Palace, and then that could be used for things like the header illustration and like banners and marketing or whatever. You know, that's actually not a bad use for this. We also have like the Paragon one, which looks pretty cool. Some looming storm clouds. So yeah, we would actually be able to kind of like create this, and I totally didn't even think to use this for like anything else, because I did actually render the different kind of like parts that are totally covered that no one would ever see. So that's an interesting thing to realize. So I just kind of bop, hide the HUD, and bop, and bop, and bop. So these would all, let's put this into an overlay folder. Overlay. So technically I could flatten all that, because the file that I do export for like building the HUD is actually just a background. Oh, now you can really see like some of the weird elements that I kit bashed, just taking photos, carving them up, and slapping something together. Like there's some really cool things, like these like domed windows with like huge pillars and like, again, in case you weren't here when I was talking about it before, this was a freaking wedding cake that I like grabbed an image of, and it had like all this crazy stuff, and I just kind of like grabbed bits and moved them around to try and like get this concept for the team to see and just riff off of. So this looks extra weird now because normally this is all hidden. So what I might do is kind of just grab this color and hide that now and just go ham getting rid of that, because it actually makes it harder for me to look at this subjectively and like work off of it, getting all of those kind of weird details. Alright, actually there's a cloud brush that might actually assist with this. I'll grab that light blue, grab that white, and a bit of the yellow, but it should probably be mostly purple. Alright, again, not even close to final render stuff there. So the further back it is in space, I think the more light and kind of like knocked out it should feel. But like when it's like really kind of close enough and imposing enough, I actually want it to get like quite dark. Not necessarily like storm cloud dark, but one of the pieces that I did has this kind of like really good shot of this crazy sky palace looking place, and some of the clouds are like really imposing like this. I'm kind of tempted to just like go in and rip out a bunch of the like structures from it to just overlay in here. It's not a bad idea. So I can share this when it's done. It's not going to be the most effective wallpaper because the dimensions are not going to be too great. It's very wide and not actually incredibly high resolution, but it's wider than a monitor. So there's that. I'll share it though. You can just message me on Discord and I'll send it your way when it's ready. Happy to do it. Okay, so knock some of that back. I like it kind of darker at the top actually, and then kind of like around the middle it kind of, I don't want to hit that stuff that's actually got detail in it. It kind of lightens up around the middle as it's like getting closer to the surface of the like city. And then like the foreground could have some like cool imposing cloud. And this brush is not actually as good as I want it to be for this. Cloud 1 maybe? This one's a bit bigger and softer, but I don't know, let's see what it looks like with the overlay. Yeah, so with these clouds on top, I need to actually make sure that they're going to carve out from that. So I'd best not get too dark right here. And actually, I think the image that I'm referencing is cool to have it like go that dark and ominous for that moment, because you're like facing off against the boss kind of thing. So I think we don't need to have that level of like doom and kind of like ominousness for just kind of visiting the palace itself. So we'll keep it lighter, at least near the base of the palace. I think it's kind of cool to have it like, you know, darker above and then lighter down at the street level, I guess you could say. That yellow is not good. So that's kind of interesting. We'll come back to this color here. Cool. All right. So now we're going to come back here and figure out what these structures would have been. Not that we actually need to, you know, have this design, but I kind of like being able to kind of like figure this out so that when I'm like working this building over here, I'll actually have some kind of ideas for what the architecture could look like. It's kind of weird like harp structure thing I just thought of. It's like made out of arches or something. Who knows what the mice were thinking when they made this? They're strange. Okay, so we only get like that. So I'm not going to spend really anything figuring these out other than just kind of like finding a cool silhouette. And you know, like if I find something I really like, what could work is just literally grabbing this and bringing it over here and turning it into something. So that's kind of a neat possibility with working this design that is otherwise completely pointless and just kind of a Jacob waste of time. The level of detail I put into some things is a bit obnoxious. There's a cool HUD thing that I like put together for this area that I'm sure we'll show off soon enough, but it's kind of like, didn't need to take it as far as I did, but you know what? I did. Couldn't help it. Ivan was like, yeah, I think this would be really cool to do, but I'll totally do this as like, you know, the final icing on the cake if you know, we get everything else done and you know, we're ahead of schedule, I can kind of like put in this extra detail and it'll be totally sweet. And then of course, you know, the moment I get to kind of like working that area, it's like one of the first things that I do. Because, you know, I'm just inspired to do it. So it was cool. People like it. Yeah. I kind of like this like harp kind of thing going on. It looks kind of cool. I mean, maybe it's like a bridge or something, but like it does look kind of like extra, you know. It's a good thing. It's a good thing for a palace made in the freaking stratosphere. It's the kind of thing they would go for. How much freedom do I have when coming up with designs and concepts? Probably too much. Sometimes it can be a bit of a challenge because we are very able to kind of like go almost anywhere with our designs. Well, you know, within reason, but like we do have a lot of kind of just control over what we want to do with it. Of course, we like present it to the team to kind of like see if they like it, and you know, if the team doesn't like it, we'll change it. So it's usually, you know, pretty well controlled. But yeah, at certain points, it's kind of like, oh, you can do like really anything. So I guess I'll just have to figure out what that could be. But honestly, yeah, it's not like usually ever an issue. I actually quite like being able to be extremely creative with things. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, the team can end up with surprises, but they tend to go over well, I guess. So, that's a neat idea. Just being able to like hide the HUD almost. Again, that would be a lot more kind of development, and as cool and quality of life as something like that could be, I think if the only benefit is being able to kind of like look at this design or the kind of like the clouds for the low and high altitude, I don't think they offer a huge amount of awesomeness. Like it's neat, and it would be cool, it would be awesome, but I think that the amount of extra kind of effort it would take to do that would probably not be worth it, is the problem with that. Meanwhile, you know, we can kind of like share this art in different ways. Like I think if we use these for kind of like the header, location header or something like that, it's probably a good place to kind of utilize this artwork. And of course, like things like the, you know, banners for monetized stuff. We can kind of use it as backdrops and the news post and fan page and all that good stuff. So you just need to remember to kind of like use those. Got all these like little wizard kind of towers. I like these. Just kind of like these weird additions to a tower that like only a wizard would want. Where it's like this weird floating room just kind of slapped onto the side. Like some kind of pipe. It's fun. Put those all over the place. Alright, I'm feeling pretty good about the silhouette. So I think the filling in some of this, I'm going to lighten it up. Here. And like some of these I want to knock back like crazy far. But then like still have kind of fading out to the top. So if I throw the overlay on top, you probably want to get more texture into these. But if I do too much, like if they get too bright, they're going to draw too much attention. And I think it's better that they are kind of like pushed back as not to draw too much. So that seems like it's a little more balanced. And again, we can kind of like knock back a few of these to kind of like make some more interesting compositional choices. Like maybe there is kind of like this cloud that kind of comes away from the resource tray here. Kind of like creates this motion here. Then I want it to be a bit hazy, a little more subtle. But still, like the direction of it is like the opposite angle. It's kind of neat. Something like that. And then how does this look? So we turn off the overlay, and now we can kind of like work with what we gave ourselves. So I like this being quite a bit darker here, but then this one's like lighter than the other, which is kind of interesting if they're the same structure. That's knocked back. Make that a glow. Why not? Won't be able to see it anyways. Aha. Alright. Technically, I think I want to make these even more kind of hazy if they're supposed to be like super far back. But then again, they should probably, because they're super far back, but like in this kind of darkened sky, should probably be a bit darker, but still losing all their details. Yeah, the purple cactus. Totally. That's where the law council resides. In the purple cactus. With a nice convene to dictate their own rulings, pass judgment upon each other, and then they get sent to the Doom Castle or something to serve out their sentences, and that's where the Forgotten Mice hang out. I don't know, just random ideas. Let's see. The Shadow Fortress. So I like the kind of like this blue from the sky itself, kind of like bleeding into the colors of things, like especially where there's shadow. Actually, if I want to like light up the shadow a bit, I actually want it to be with this kind of like really saturated blue that's coming from the atmosphere itself. So I'm actually gonna bring a bit more of that in here. I kind of like it being like in this band here, the middle band, where it's a bit thinner. So like the gates here, I actually like it like right there. But then like as it goes up, kind of like loses some of that kind of richness of color, and the light kind of gets a little obscured, and just the kind of purple of this twilight purple here just kind of overtakes things. Yeah, that's neat. Okay, so I do want to change the, as I mentioned before quite a while ago, I do want to change the perspective of this structure. It feels a little too, just kind of like we're looking up at it, and the perspective that that gives us, it makes us feel like we are kind of like right beside it. And I think that that actually hurts the read just slightly. So I just wanted to tweak it. Like we can do something cool with it, like having like big archways or something like that. They're like inset. There's this kind of like golden glow coming from it. Like that's something that I haven't really brought into this piece. I think it'd be really pretty to have kind of like this warmth to some of it. something like this. Just these massive windows or something. And then, like, since there's this cloud here, we could have kind of this this warm cast light hitting the cloud, and like just in front though. Right? And I would even have kind of like this like really warm haze just around it. So if I used like an occlusion brush right on top of this, and made that like probably a screen. Let's see what the other ones look like. I'm thinking screen. Just to kind of like add a little bit of warmth coming out of there. Yeah, little mouse peeking out from there. Right? It's kind of pretty. Is that brush hotkey not working now? Hello? Weird. Just like a nice hint of warmth. Although that really pulls it close to us, and I'm not sure that I want that to feel so close, because, you know, pop the overlay on top. It does help carve it out of the HUD, but now if I throw this structure on top, now it's really competing with it, so I'm thinking that was a bad idea. Yeah. Probably don't want this window. At least not of this size. Like, I could do tiny, tiny window, but this thing's like right beside us. It feels like this building is, you know, like way closer than it should be. So, as pretty as that is, I'm going to scrap it. For it works against us, unfortunately. Goodbye. But also in that case, because I want this to like really feel far away, I think I'm gonna have to lighten it up even further. Oh, my hotkeys. Photoshop, please. Can't change my brush size for whatever reason. I don't know. Just happens every once in a while. Just hotkeys just stop working, you know. No idea. Alright, well. Specifically the like change brush size hotkey as well. Seems to be one of the ones that really gets affected by it. Do I have like a brush size slider? No, that's not. No, that's not. Pretty sure that there is like a hotkey combo to just like hit at the same time to like use your like cursor to like change the size. Oh. No, never mind. That was me switching tools, and now my hotkeys are broken again. Alright. Well, you know what? I'm gonna do a flipperoo, and then I'm gonna do a save. So it has been a little while. Oh, alright. Oh, sorry, I missed saying bye, mightiest of all. Hope you sleep well. That is a extremely important feature of being human. You are quite right. Okay, there we go. It's probably a bad sign that I feel more comfortable having it flipped the correct orientation. But, you know, it's probably just because I'm so much more used to seeing it in this format. Okay, let's give it a save. Ooh. Mm. Control Alt right click. Ah, right click is the trick. Do I even have right click bound anymore? Nope, that's undo. Actually, I think I recall now that I used to have that specific hotkey set as one of the buttons on my stylus, but like, okay, that's one thing about the Huon is the buttons on the pen aren't the most reliable. The back button, totally reliable, works every time I use it when I'm close enough to the like monitor. But the front one sometimes gets confused as being just a regular click as opposed to the hotkey attached to it. So that's something to be aware of, and it doesn't have the eraser button if you use that. And also the monitor that I have does not have any hotkeys. But you know what? If you have a keyboard, which you should, you just use that. All your hotkeys can be bound to that pretty effectively. But I suppose the right mouse button thing could be an issue. I just have the one button that I'm kind of, you know I can use effectively. I just have that as undo. Just because then I don't need to like move my hand over to Control Z things, because I like to undo real quick. Make a lot of mistakes. It's probably quite apparent because my only like hotkey attached to this is undo. So good, great. All right. I think that's right. Here, I can Control Alt and right click using my cursor. Yeah, there we go. And you can do things like opacity by moving your cursor up and down, which is pretty cool. And then right to left is the diameter. So that's quite neat, actually. But yeah, I do not have that very well set up for my current. Actually, you know what? I could probably. What is this? Oh, interesting. This is just like scrolling through all of the tools, which is terribly useless for how I work. So I could rebind these buttons to like maybe be that kind of like there, okay, cool. I could probably rebind one of these keys to do that kind of like that might be neat. Let me see if I can do that real quick. I'm curious. Let's see, what would that be? Sharpen erodible tips. Toggle brush pressure control size. Opacity. So those are just toggles. Maybe it's not under tools, but I feel like it probably should be. So this one's super important, preserve transparency. Toggle screen modes I use. Quick mask I don't use. That one's kind of weird. It's like this thing here, which always confuses me when I accidentally click it. Targeted adjustment tool. What are you? I don't actually know what that is. Zoom tool, rotate, hand tool. I just kind of use the hotkeys that are not these. Tools, or like shape tools I don't use. Line tools. Direct selection and path selection. It's only useful if you're using the pen, which I don't anymore. Convert point. Like so much of this stuff I do not do at all. Dodge and burn stuff I don't. Paint bucket. Gradient is useful. I like that. Color replacement tool. Red eye tool, like it's cool for photographers and stuff, but yeah, it's something I would never find a use for. Sampler. Interesting, yeah. Okay, maybe what is task spaces? Never actually looked at this. Onion skin, eh? Decontaminate colors. Marching ants. Interesting. You know, someone mentioned that you can kind of like use brushes in Photoshop in a similar way as Clip Studio, where you like make it paint alpha instead of the color, which is one of the reasons I really like Clip Studio. But I haven't seen how to do that very easily anyways. Okay, this is just for like saving brushes. Not what I need. I think that's what that's about. Application menus. Probably not anything in here that I'm looking for either. Alright, well. I was hoping maybe I could find the hotkey to like change, like holding down Control Shift right click and stuff to kind of like change setup. But yeah, as I said earlier, like Photoshop hotkeys are actually really garbage compared to something like Clip Studio where it's extremely customizable. Like one of the things I want to do specifically with my keyboard shortcuts is under Tools and Brush. I actually want it to be, instead of P, I want it to be semicolon. But it's like, this is invalid. Because. Meanwhile, when I like go down to a different part, oh, here's semicolon. That's totally fine for that though. So yeah, it's kind of frustrating. Yeah, well, that's what it is. Painting alpha sounds like, oh, where is that? Was that a thing that I looked past? Because yeah, painting alpha is specifically erasing it, right? And that's something that I can do. Like Clip Studio has basically the like foreground, background, and alpha as kind of like swatches you can set up. And you can swap between all three of those, and that's really awesome because then if you're using like a specific brush at a specific size and all that, all you do is you switch your color to alpha, and now you're erasing with the exact same brush. Whereas in Photoshop, if I'm like painting with this brush and I switch to my eraser, you see how it like changed completely? It's whatever I was last using, which is handy at times. You know, sometimes you want to have like a hard-edged eraser and painting with soft kind of edges, and you switch to your eraser to just kind of crisply remove parts. But yeah, it's kind of cool to like just paint with alpha. Okay, yeah. I only heard someone say that like, oh, you can do that, but I don't know anything beyond someone saying that, so I don't know how. Because I would love to be able to do that. Alright, well, I'm going to hide you again. Alright, so I'm feeling like it's getting slightly closer. I think because I want this to be like an extremely massive feeling structure, but it's still like very far away, I'm going to just kind of knock out a lot of the detail. Because I was kind of adding cool detail because I'm like, ooh, this would look neat. But then when I like pull this up, I'm like, no, it's too close to us. I want this to feel like crazy far away. So I should probably even like blur the edges of it, you know, and like, I don't know, like this is maybe a bit much, having it be just kind of all this detail here. Maybe I just need to pull it back even more. Maybe something closer to that. But then we can kind of like be blurred a bit. Because right now it's like very crisp, detailed. I actually think it would look better if it's kind of hazy and far away. So let's see, I could use my smudge tool. Wow, that changed everything. Okay, cool. That was bad hotkey to play around with. Ooh. Okay, so I just use this and just kind of like go around the edge. I can just kind of feather the edge of it. And you know, it's a structure made of cloud, so it's very soft, billowy. Like I could probably create a bit of shadow and depth to some things, but like it's also missing a lot of it. So like up here, it's just almost like, looks like a weird face. Get rid of that eye. Yeah, it's almost like so big, you just can't even see it. If that made any sense, but. I don't know. It's kind of a thing, I guess. I do like this kind of like interesting range of color, the like oranges on top of the blues and purples with the light blue and then yellow. Like that's pretty. Didn't even kind of go for that, but that just kind of happened. I like it. It definitely helps kind of like bump the HUD out too, which I think is really useful. But I think I might actually make this not go all the way out to the top. Maybe I just need to this structure is kind of like really demanding though. It's changed so much, huh? What if I just kind of, well, you know what? Now that I'm doing this, kind of don't miss it, actually. Still very eye-catching. I just want it to, like, fall away more. Just keep making it too weird. Blast it. When in doubt, blast it. There we go. So that feels a little more kind of like interesting, but like now it's slightly less kind of like demanding my attention. These little kind of spires I kind of enjoy. The little floating thing. Kind of neat. It's like a candle. Go in for a little more close-up detail, I suppose. Because again, this specific building slot is just going to catch the eye, so I need to figure this one out, I think. Compared to any of the other ones, this one, aside from, you know, the actual one the player should be visiting, is going to, you know, just really catch the attention just from where it's placed, I think. So I do want to kind of just honestly make it less interesting, I guess. Sounds weird. That is specifically what I'm actually doing at this point. Yeah, no, exactly. So I am actually just painting with an alpha channel at this point. So this is actually what this layer looks like, technically. And actually, now that I look at that, I'm kind of like, oh, that's kind of neat with those massive clouds just kind of like filling in this space. It's kind of cool. You know what? So throw that, delete it, and then do a new clipping mask. This one is just to get this clipping mode. Just use a cloud brush. Just unintentionally figured out how to kind of like get a little bit more atmosphere and things. So oh, I see what I did. Derp. I get it. Okay. No, I don't want this in front. That'll actually make it harder. Did it again. sorry, this is just very... very suddenly random, but it actually kind of, I think, could help with this atmosphere. Just giving it a bit of a glow up here. Okay, and then I think, where are you, HUD? Hide the overlay. And let's use our smudge brush. Smudge brush is very good at kind of creating soft edges on everything. All right. And you can still push and pull with it a little bit. It's just enough to like knock out the like absolute blacks in the sky, so you know that there's some atmosphere there. And then I do actually want like some areas where it's like completely gone. So like right here. And then if I smudge the edge here, just enough of it kind of comes through. I think that works. I don't do a lot of landscapes. You can probably tell. It's a very weird way I'm doing this. That is a good question. Does Narnia have a moon? And if so, how many? And are they in fact made of cheese? I suppose it must, because there is in fact cheese that is from the moon. You know, we got moon cheese. I should imagine that means that there is, in fact, a moon. Well, I mean, Narnia had a moon. Details. There are tides as well. That was a good point. That's a good question. I'm sure we will discover in time. Alright. Deal with you later. Oh yeah, that was the glow from that window. I don't need that. This is good, because that separates it from the HUD. Cool. Okay, it looks like a birthday cake, but it's, I don't know. Now I'm kind of like, I don't like this as much. I'm amazed that people are still watching at this point. Not gonna lie, feels like pure chaos here today. I appreciate you all, though. Yeah, it's just a birthday cake now. It's like these weird candles coming off of it. I think I want to change that. I don't know. That haze might be a bit much up here too. there to be like a little more of a distinct layer of the haze. Yeah. So it's a good thing to have. And I might kind of lean it into the yellow a little bit. Yeah. Like maybe blue over here. Maybe. I don't know. With it going yellow back there, kind of makes me want to silhouette this structure. But if I do that, then it kind of brings it forward more, which is kind of like not that bad. Alright, it kind of feels a little closer than I kind of want it to be, but I don't know. It's a lot of back and forth on this design today. Which is fine. We're just finding where it needs to go, but it does mean that we're likely to not necessarily get to do everything we set out to, which is just how streams go these days, how art streams go. Kind of like, yeah, I might be able to do like 4 items on stream today, and in the past that was actually something that had happened. But there's just a lot more detail I put into things these days, so it just kind of doesn't. That's a fun little dip. Let's fix that. Oh, that's a fun button. Don't want that. Alright. There we go. Look at that smudge brush. So good. Pow. Very strong. I might just like cry. No, kidding. Merge some stuff maybe. So this is covering the like these stars, right? I actually like that these stars are shining through the haze here, but here it's not. This is the layer that the stars are on. So if the stars are up here, they'll come out in front of the haze here, which is kind of pretty. Can't really tell the difference, to be honest. Can't go in front of everything, because then they're on top of the buildings, which is weird. Actually, I don't know if there's any visible difference here. Yeah, we'll go with it. Yeah, like, a gradient map is actually a great idea. That is... Wait. Knights, weren't you going to sleep? Isn't it, like, crazy hour for you right now? Because when you were talking about having to go, you know, do human thing like sleep. Yeah, no, like, I agree. Having kind of like a gradient is a great way. What is going on? Where is this? What is this one? Ah, it's this. Yeah, having a gradient is actually a really good way to create that like immense depth, and I kind of have that going over here. So I think I'll try and kind of like use that more effectively on this side, I think. So it's a bit lighter. It kind of lightens up here. Like, it's probably okay if these are similar depths. I feel like this should be a little further away. So maybe something more like that. I think it's these weird nubs now that I don't like. For a moment I was like, these are great. Good nubs. The best. But now I'm kind of like, I don't want them. It's weird birthday cake. Oh, you just woke up. There we go. Gotcha. Well, that works then. The nice thing about the art streams is it goes for so long that people from all around the world can jump in, hopefully, at times. Okay, so that feels more like, I don't know, like Pantheon, less like birthday cake. So that's probably good. Slight improvement. Fine enough. Actually, these pillars to just go into nothing. Yeah, it's just like this bridge that just kind of goes all the way to who knows where. Oh, that's nice. I am glad. That does sound very pleasant. I don't know about everyone else. Like, obviously, you know, different parts of the world would have totally different weather. But we just got like back-to-back blizzards yesterday, the day before. That was pretty wild. Like, we had a nice snowfall the day before yesterday, which surprisingly to some, not normal for Canada, at least southern Canada. And then, yeah, yesterday we had like good old kind of like blizzard with like hail at the end of it. That's fun. Yeah. Meanwhile, like the other day it was like t-shirt weather. That's just kind of how it goes. Okay, I kind of like that. That looks interesting now. I'm going to change my mind, but for now, I like it. I'll leave it. Alright, let's give just a little bit of depth to it. It's like I could make this look so cool with like golden pillars and stuff. I'm liking that, but then it's like, no, that's going to really distract. Although it actually doesn't feel too far off. It's maybe not so bad. If I knock it back a little bit, but still like imply all that kind of ambience, that's maybe not so bad. Kind of cool. It does feel like it's in the backdrop now. It is kind of not quite far enough away before. But I think I managed to kind of like get that to work now. So I'm feeling like I should be able to move on from this maybe just now slightly. One would hope, after all this. Maybe just slightly. get rid of? Oh, right, they weren't actually erased. Painted those in. Dummy. Alright. Figured it out. Yeah, I don't know. Generic potato, there might be issues getting kind of like decent soil up here, but not all plants need that. Get some good air plants up here. There's certainly a lot of moisture and probably a lot of sunlight. Just not in this shot. Maybe not a lot of CO2 though. That could be an issue for the plant. They do like to breathe that. So I hear. And again, no, I don't think it rises. That would kind of make it difficult for plants. Okay, so I'm feeling like this structure needs to be wider. And I'm just going to try and make it relatively symmetrical. Don't need to make it perfect. Yeah, we have like 2 air root plants in our place. They're really cool. They look like weird alien pods. I like them. But I imagine that if they don't have the carbon monoxide, or is it carbon dioxide? The stuff we breathe out might be a bit of an issue for the plants. Capital city of flowers in the sky. I don't know if I've heard that before. Maybe I've heard it, but I don't know. I don't know song titles. Very bad with those. That's a good title, though. I mean, if a song is called that, how could it be a lie? Oh yeah, background music for the stream when? It's a fair question. I don't know. Sounds like things that would be improvements on the stream, and you know, I've been doing this for 10 years and haven't really been very good at improving it, so that might be an answer right there. It's like every week my partner is like, so when are you making that stream overlay? And they're very right. would actually be a good thing to have. It's always interesting to kind of like work on something and not really know at all what it's going to look like at the end. Just kind of see where things take you, and I don't know how I feel about this structure. It's kind of wonky. It doesn't feel like a vault to me. Not yet, anyways. Rose blooming in the underworld. Yeah, it's just flowers in really weird, cool places. It's a good theme. There you go. Get that wizard tower on the side. It's kind of like, this is something that maybe I don't need to worry about as much, because then when I do the power type versions, I can kind of like kit it out and make it look really cool. So maybe I don't need to worry too much about how this looks. But I think, again, there's kind of like this limited area that I have to work in. So I do want to, I do want to, make it look cool everywhere it needs to look cool, especially in the very top and bottom where I won't really be able to overlay. And the less individual overlaying I have to do with each power type, the better. Because if I have to redraw this building 7 times, or 8 times rather, that's more work than I should have to do for this. Would have kind of messed up on my goal here if that's the case. And again, like there's also the like realization that it's like, okay, well, people are gonna see it at like a much smaller size, so maybe I don't need to go too crazy on it. I do enjoy the just everyone that comes to hang out. There's always just so much interesting stuff. Get a lot of like really awesome people with tons of specialized knowledge sharing cool things. What was that one thing? It's like terrafractals or something, geofractals, or I wish I could remember that now. But just kind of like the studying of kind of like the geo kind of formations of like minerals and how their structures kind of grow. It's very cool. Yes. Let's do that. There you go. That'll be my off MouseHunt streams, is just like digging into weird kind of like knowledge. I'm into it. Geodesics? Maybe? All right. My question now is like, how much detail should I put into this now versus kind of like leaving it for the kind of like overlay to take over? Okay, so one thing I'm feeling about this structure is I want it to feel like kind of like almost like a turtle, like a heavy, kind of like massive feeling, wide. If I create that kind of quality, I think that'll feel more protected, more kind of like it's actually a vault, which I think is a good thing for this. So you know, I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm just gonna make it this kind of like heavier feeling. You know what? I feel like this is gonna let me kind of like play on the surface of it even better. So here you go, I'm Jacobing it by just kind of like nuking everything that I had for it. I don't know if I like all these frills here. It was kind of interesting, but I feel like if I'm gonna do that, that might be something that's a nice detail for like a specific power type to include. So I still want this kind of like landing pad thing. Should hide this for now because I'm gonna mess up all my colors. All right. Yeah, it does go against the Wee Wizard Tower idea, huh? I don't know, but I feel like kind of like creating this kind of vault feel. It's more that is what I want to kind of like generate. Okay. All right, back to the cake. Oops, I have to do that on a different layer. Okay. Wait, no, that was fine. That was the layer I wanted on. No, what is the hotkey to go forward? I messed it up. Okay, well, whatever. Okay. Back to the cake. I'm telling you, just pure chaos today. So here's kind of the problem I had with the original drawing, is it didn't kind of like feel balanced in terms of kind of like the like structure, where the door was coming from. I think if I kind of plot out something here, I can kind of figure out the overall idea a little bit better, and then come back to what I do have and just kind of, you know, mush it back. I'm not like starting it over completely, you know, although that is kind of how I roll, but I think this is probably a good thing. Okay. So if I pull this this in here. Yeah, that might work. Okay. So that's the midline. Then it goes up to here. Midline goes there. That feels more accurate. Yeah. All right. Sorry, I just really needed to like understand the architecture a little bit better. And I don't know if you can see what's going on here, but this is actually probably the most useful thing. Or at least I am telling myself that because I need to hear it. All right. Let's see. Checking out the chat real quick. Ooh. I'll deal with that later. Sorry, just giving some input on our chat. Okay, so I think with this kind of reference, that kind of helps me understand this structure. And actually what I can do, yeah, that should be enough room. What I can do is I can like have fun with stuff on the roof and these windows and make those the power type stuff. That might not be too bad. Okay, and I kind of want this to be almost on like a little bit of a pedestal. Yeah, okay. I think I feel a little better about that. We're kind of like looking up at it-ish. Although I kind of think that we might benefit from it being at eye level right here. Or even slightly above it, but that's probably weird because we're looking up at it here. Let's say eye level. Horizon line. Low. Just ever so slightly looking up at it, I guess. Just need to give some quick little input there. All right, so just want to know what is actually horizontal to kind of work off of. So this, yeah, okay, so this feels like an arena. It feels like a powerful structure. That's probably all good things for this. I should probably try to work within good geometry. So using some proper horizontals will help with that. Tighten this in just a little bit. And then this can actually be made of a bunch of pillars, because I think the pillars actually look pretty cool in here. Especially if it's like these kind of inset layers of pillars. And I think for the most part this will be kind of like hidden in the cloud over top, right? So that's knocking out a lot of that. Ominous. It's kind of neat. Okay. So here's how we'll go about this. I'm just gonna obliterate as I do. Knock that sketch down. Go to my hard-edged eraser, and I'll use my smooth eraser. Bam. I kind of like this floating stuff up here, actually. It looks kind of cool. Which actually will work well if I bring that in for something like Forgotten or Arcane or something like that. Okay, cool. I actually think that is good. Soft eraser. It's like a weird thing watching you now. Okay. All right. Still not there. Still not there. Get rid of that. Get that. I hope I don't regret this. Classic Jacob. When did I switch to that layer? Okay, cool. Sorry. Is Arcane in any way based around astrology? Yeah, I would imagine that there's actually kind of some links to it. I don't know if it's too heavily. I think that Shadow actually kind of is probably more in tune with astrology than Arcane, actually. I imagine that there is some elements that can kind of like come from it. Does kind of feel like an observatory. Which actually is kind of cool. I feel like if you have the ability to build structures in the sky and like elements of your you know, powers can be harnessed from kind of like astrology and seeing the sky, being able to kind of like build a, you know, just flying observatory and such would certainly be beneficial. Now I'm kind of like, do I want this spike right here, right now? I feel like that can be per power type, right? Give a little platform for it, but then each power type can kind of like have its own little thing up here. I'm kind of like, I should probably create like an actual proper dome shape here. Probably for the best. Something a little taller like that. Okay, and then invert in that and erase. I don't know what I'm doing, everybody. What am I doing? Alright. Let's grab the shadow color for this vault door. So much of this stream has just been me being like, I hate it. Time to just throw it out and do something different. I can make this work. Gotta believe. Separate that and make that connected to it. Good. Okay, and come in with some shading here, just real quick. That's the center point. I like parts of it, and I don't think I'm just capturing the things I want to, perhaps. It's a struggle. I want to eat that dirigible. Out of chocolate. Okay, this maybe is okay. Alright, so what I want to do is kind of like bring more of the cloud color into this structure and just kind of like make it more you know, just good. Make it good. That's what I want. Yes. Easy. Make good art. How did I get on that layer? Okay. So one of the things I think that will actually make this kind of like more interesting would be to pull out those warm windows that I was trying to play around with before and then scrapped. So I think that that can really kind of like change the feeling of a piece. I kind of bring in that atmosphere. Like draw a lot of attention to this thing. Thanks. I appreciate it. That's very kind. It's just some streams it fights a little harder than others. Again, switched layers and I didn't know. Photoshop. Like, I think there can be a great opportunity for like really cool kind of pillars here or something like that. like the different power types could kind of be rock and a banner or something. Who knows what, you know. And then like I shouldn't go into this level of detail, but like what if there was like these kind of like crazy statues or something cool up there? Like, I have dragons because I am draconic or something like that. You know, like that could be cool. Rah. I like arcane could be like, whoa, giant crystal. It's so magical. So like there should be some good opportunity for like cool looking things going on here. All right. I'm just like looking at my reference images and being like, that thing looks so cool compared to this. No, it's fine. It's fine. I think I can hit this with a little more light. I'm just gonna merge that down. Yep. This is what I want here. Let's make it a little more golden. Don't need to go too crazy with it. Because like the purple and gold is like a lot. It's kind of weird, like this thing in set the way it is. I don't think it works. I want it to, but not like that. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up something else that I'm gonna have to hide for now. More spoilers that we can't see. How rude. Let's see. This one. No, this one. Oh, actually, I might not need to. Give me 1 minute. I'm just gonna use the washroom and think about this, but I think I might have an idea. Yeah, maybe. All right. BRB. Slightly spoilery. Don't look. Okay, so I think I'll just grab a thing. I made a thing earlier. Oops. Is that like weird cutout going on? Not moving. Interesting. Alright. It's probably a locked clipping mask. Yes. That is what it is. Can just merge. Flatten this whole thing though. There we go. Vault door. Probably should have just done this from the start. Because I'm like, I kind of want to reference this cool thing that I made, but then I was like, nah, maybe I won't. But now I'm like, maybe I should. It's kind of cool. Now, being able to like fit the power type inside that, I don't think that's going to work. But if we have these banners to the sides, maybe that will work. So the question is, do I inset this in the path there, or should we just have this like be the side of the structure? And I mean, it's got like a landing pad here, so that kind of works. So maybe that's further down. I don't know. Things to figure out, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how much steam I have left to like grapple with this beast. It is a good fight, though. I'll tell you what. A little bit of extra Stargate happening here, huh? Donuts! Sky donut. I might still just decide to put the power type there. But like, I don't know, maybe there's just this kind of like big kind of brass like, here is the arcane tower. It has all the great relics of the arcane masters of the past, stuffed within its very halls. Please do not pillage our relics, they're ours. We put them here for safekeeping. It's like these banners could be like, yo, arcane. Yeah. Arcane is great. I don't know. I don't think that'll read. Well, maybe this one will. Banners. No. Could just be like colors too, because each kind of has some color variants that might reference it. Yeah, the recessed door was kind of cool. Bring it back. Okay, recess this. So that might work. I just like position this well. Not be so bad. I don't know why, but it's giving me like Myst vibes. You ever play that game? Good puzzle game. That might work. Okay, I'm thinking that's not so bad. Might even be great. Ooh. Maybe just hit it with a bit of cast shadow just to enhance it. I don't know, maybe like I keep trying to put it in this like archway. Maybe it should just be like more circular. Like if I have this kind of donut kind of door, maybe the arches themselves should work for that. So like if I like opened this up and then made the walls of it kind of like match that, that's not a bad thing. Yeah, that probably makes more sense, to be honest. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I hope it looks great at the end. It's a ride. Okay, so it's going through a few iterations, just a few. Does this make any sense at all? I'm gonna flip this and be like, no, it's so wrong. It is so illogical. I mean, I like it inset, but like maybe it doesn't need to be like super duper inset. Like, certainly does not feel symmetrical. I'll say that much. So maybe this would have a little bit more light on it. Your dome is weird. I do like the detail of the metal here, and like I think I would do things like add kind of like maybe there would be the like I did this earlier, but like this might actually be where the power type thing would show up here, right? It might not work too great for all the power types is the problem. And again, it's just like a weird cake now. I don't know. I'm struggling, not gonna lie. It's totally a Hobbit House story, though. Let's give it a flip and see how weird it is. I was like, gonna do a beautiful backdrop today. This could be great. Not feeling this house. This power type house. Maybe it's just the colors. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Structural integrity of the roof dome does worry me as well. Oh, that looks weird. Yep. That's funky. Not working. 3. Come with me. If you want to live. Oh, right. Can still slightly inset it. I just don't think that that deep in is working so well. Um, I'm feeling slightly better about that. At least this kind of front dome. What's going on? The brush didn't seem to be responding properly. Alright. So I kind of feel like there is a little more something going on now. Just slightly, though. Thanks, Roxanne. Yeah, I'm struggling with it, to be honest, but I think maybe it's kind of vaguely become slightly better, to the point where it feels like it's maybe workable. All right, so that's not the selection tool I wanted. Thinking that I want to mirror the shape here. It's gonna be on its own layer there. I just wanted to like balance out the actual shape of it, because it didn't feel quite right. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to come back to this with fresh eyes, because it's taking its time to get where it needs to be going. weird, like, octopus tower now. What is it? Here, I'll cover all that up anyways. It could just be construction vehicles you hear in the background. Some dump trucks kind of like bouncing along and kind of like knocking stuff out of their big loud kind of, you know, big metal flaps slapping in the wind. There's like even more construction in my area than there was last time. There's like a street kind of west of me where they've now started tearing down like all the townhouses there too. So like when I walk wash, I used to just go around the block and kind of like in that area, and now there's just like everything is fenced off and construction people and vehicles everywhere. So we had to like find a whole new route because Wash is very afraid of big trucks. They have air brakes and those are very loud. And they do not. He's very scared of loud hissing kind of sharp bursts of noise. Extremely afraid of thunder. Poor guy. If you have young people that you are responsible for, one thing I will request is never let them play with fireworks near a dog park. Perspective tool. How dare. I don't even know how to use that in Photoshop. It's probably a good idea though. Yeah, because fireworks near a dog park, that's gonna like cause trauma for dogs. So never let that happen. It's bad. When did I change layers? Pray tell. I feel like I've kind of messed around with perspective, kind of like, not tool so much as like just a way to kind of do that like years ago though. So I don't actually remember the process that I used. I think it was using like the shape tool and stuff, or like the pen. Not really part of my workflow. I'm not opposed to it, but yeah. I'm sure there's like actually a tool for it now, and it would be like a lifesaver, but I don't really like learn the new Photoshop tech, probably because I'm embittered. It's one of the reasons why it keeps getting worse, is they keep adding weird tools that I'm like, I don't want this. Now everything else that I do use is broken. This is all your fault, tool. But I'm sure that perspective tool of sorts has been around for a long time. I just never knew about it. It just seems like the way. Alright, well, I don't know. I think I'm basically out of steam at this point. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, that would be the worst. Number of stray dogs after New Year's, yeah. Yeah, we were at a dog park a long time ago. It's a big fenced-in place, thankfully. But yeah, there was like teenagers. It was middle of the day. You know, probably well after New Year's. But yeah, some teens were just like setting off fireworks, not too far away from the park, and like, once one dog is like scared of it, they all just kind of like panicked as like a group, and they were like dogs practically trying to jump the fences and stuff, and like it was bad. And yeah, like Wash has never been able to compose himself if there's a thunderstorm now. Not that he was too big a fan of them before, but like anytime those roll around, he's climbs into the bathtub and shivers for like a full hour. So yeah, it's very unfortunate. Not a good thing. We actually got like some mild sedatives for him, so that if we know that like there's gonna be fireworks that night, like Victoria Day or whatever here in Canada, we'll like be able to give him that a few hours in advance, so he just kind of like sleeps through it. Or if we know there's like a thunderstorm coming, that can take a while to kick in. Okay, so I feel like that's slightly better now. I wanted to like get a little bit of that metal on the top, I guess. I don't know why. I'll change that anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to definitely be kind of like reassessing this design, because I don't know, it just doesn't feel as cool as I think it could. But like again, I'm also like purposely leaving it plain and simple, so that I can kind of like use the overlay of the power type itself to make that the cool thing, like putting simple statues out front, or like having kind of like tendrils of inky darkness peeling off of it, or something relative to the power type. Giant swords just jammed into the roof of it. I don't know. I need to like slide it over as well. Well, that might not be too bad actually where it is. I'll have to verify with Andrew and Perm to make sure things fit. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of not feeling it. Not quite. I can definitely make it better though. But yeah, I just don't think I have the fuel in the tank today. So I think I'm gonna call it. It's kind of disappointing because I was really hoping to have this resolved today. Just how it goes. Alright, well, I think I'm calling it then. I don't know, maybe like when I come back to this on Monday, I'll be like, no, I don't hate it. But right now, I think just because I've been like going through so many iterations, and maybe it's just like too saturated. Like, what is this purple? It's way too saturated. Um, so if I like pull that back, maybe just dim the whole thing a little. Who knows? Work with those lights more, make it more kind of an interesting presence, but the whole time keeping in mind the kind of like the rest of the atmosphere and the dirigible itself. So I got some stuff to figure out with it, but yeah, I'll do that later. Um, so until next time, thank you everyone for hanging out. It's been great, even if it has been just a pure chaos day, where I feel like the initial image that we started with is really not all that different, and it looks way less cool now. It does have that acolyte realm vibe, and I think it is that like really saturated purple. Like if it was the purple and what green, I think maybe it is yellow. It would be even more acolyte realm, but yeah, I'm not going for that, I suppose. So I'll have to think about it. But yeah, honestly, like coming back with fresh eyes is going to make a big difference. I think just this simple dome is not working how I hoped it would. I think I'll probably do another tier of like offset windows and then like sunken in and like that cool stuff that was a part of the original drawing, with like more cool like pillars and just architecture to make it look more like an awesome structure and palace as opposed to a weird donut inside of you know, other donut. So yeah. Well, thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna post the Larry link in case anyone missed it. Copy link, please. I'm also getting hungry, so I kind of want to do the dinner thing. All right, it's in the chat again. I don't think I'm gonna post this to my page. I'm just not feeling it. Sorry. Did like the big roof jewel. Okay. I mean, actually, I think it does kind of like punch it up a little bit. That's a big one. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for the support. Give me ideas and just hanging out the whole time. You are wonderful people. And I hope you have a good and safe weekend. I shall catch you next time. Happy hunting, everyone. I'll see you later. Bye for now. Bye.